Since October 29th, 2019, the LS11 Universe has been one long, ongoing battle. We've seen the rise and fall of a Messiah. We've seen a Kingslayer reborn from his ashes. We've seen the birth of a prince, the return of the prodigal son, the crowning of a tribal chief, and we have lived through terrible, long nightmares. We've lived through heartbreak, we've witnessed betrayals, and we've seen performances that are simply phenomenal. But tonight, this is what we've all been waiting for. Tonight, the greatest WWE superstar of all time looks to save his career. The Prince looks to behead the Kingslayer, taking his crown. The prodigal son battles a man he once viewed as a mentor and a friend. A brotherhood reunited by the power of positivity. Future stars clash over the battle of superiority. A psycho killer goes to a dark place in an attempt to smash the throne sat upon by the King of Kings. A heartless traitor looks to rip away yet another prize. Two of the biggest ultimate opportunists in history will battle in a match with no rules. A general has to walk in as a one-man army to avenge 19 fallen soldiers and slay a beast. And in the main event, the biggest match of the year, an unstoppable tribal chief may have finally met his match as he invites the phenomenal one to the island of relevancy for a battle over the greatest prize in all of professional wrestling. It's the night that every year leads to. It's the culmination of an entire year. It's the grand finale of 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this is LS11 Universe. This is WrestleMania Season 3. Hey LS11 Universe, it's Xander
and Ray,
and welcome to WrestleMania Season 3. The day has finally come. We're hot off the heels of the pre-show. This is the 99th episode of the LS11 Universe on 2K22.
Yep. Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year and sunny Tampa, Florida. Nothing ever bad happens in Florida. Anyway.
Buckle in. We're in for a long night because we're starting with the Intercontinental title as the breaker, Bron Steiner, who had quite the mathematical arithmetic on the pre-show about how he has 141 2/3% chance of winning this matchup, makes his way to the ring. The breaker looking for his first championship in LS11 Universe.
Bron Steiner's first ever WrestleMania. He's opening What a Way to Go. And he's doing it in a legendary spot, the Intercontinental Championship match.
Absolutely. What a run of Intercontinental Champions we have had in the LS11 Universe. Historic reigns that have made people into main event stars. Guys like Tommaso, Ciampa. And then historic reigns that have made people into other companies' top stars, like Johnny Gargano and Cesaro. As here comes a former Cruiserweight champion. It's got to feel good for you to see this guy at WrestleMania. Chad Gable is here.
Chad Gable last year was at NXT TakeOver defending the Cruiserweight title. No, he won the Cruiserweight title.
Yes. A year ago, this man became Cruiserweight champion, and now tonight, he has said he's ready to upgrade and start mixing it up with the heavyweights.
Who did he beat? Not important.
It's not important. Chad Gable is here looking to get his first championship since NXT Fallout after he lost the Cruiserweight title.
Half in kayfabe, half out of kayfabe. Guys, we've been doing the show for 3 years. I'm not going to remember everything. Was Gable on the first Mania? No. Okay. So the first night for him too, I think.
It is the first WrestleMania for Chad Gable. It's also the first WrestleMania for Austin Theory.
This man who has been helped backstage. He's been mentored by people like Cody, who we'll see later tonight in action. Okay. Tell me, comment now. You called him Cody Rhodes. And they're like, no, it's just Cody. And you're like, okay, fine. After like 3 years of stuff, Cody. And now he's back to Cody Rhodes. And I'm slowly going insane.
Trademarks, they're a hell of a problem. Austin Theory makes his way to the ring. He has been the Intercontinental Champion for just about 4 months now. This is his biggest defense thus far. He's not going to have any help. Cody Rhodes focused on his own matchup later tonight with Randy Orton. And Drew McIntyre out with an injury after Randy Orton punt kicked him on Smackdown before WrestleMania. So all of Theory's normal backup is not here. He's stuck with 2 guys who have been laying him out week after week, one-on-one. One-on-one, a triple threat.
It's every man for himself when it comes to the Intercontinental Championship.
Absolutely.
It's high in the air, ladies and gentlemen. The Intercontinental title on the line here tonight. Braun Steiner, Chad Gable, Austin Theory.
Austin Theory is the 12th man to hold the LS11 Intercontinental title. As Braun Steiner with a huge shoulder tackle. This would be a huge victory for Steiner or Gable. Their first WrestleMania could result in a title victory. It's the first WrestleMania for all 3 of these guys. 3 guys who have been pegged as future stars of the LS11 Universe over the last several months. As Gable kicks him in the ribs now. Gable walks up with Theory, and Theory throws Gable out of the ring now. And Austin Theory gets caught by Braun Steiner. Steiner with an overhead belly to belly takes down Austin Theory as Gable springs back in the ring with a kick. And now Gable grabs onto him, and Chad Gable takes down Steiner, and Theory just kind of waiting for his moment, waiting for the opportunity to seize a victory.
Underhook by Gable as he does a gut wrench powerbomb. Oh, and now Theory breaks the cover. Theory now has Gable. He lifts Gable up for a powerbomb of his own, and he hits it. And now Theory claiming real control here in this match, kicking Gable in the small of the back. Gable now up top. And massive splash from Theory.
And now,
Gable with that kick.
Gable with a big kick to Theory, and now Gable looking to tie him up here. Stretching him out is Chad Gable. Gable trying to stretch out Austin Theory, and Steiner decides to let it go on just long enough to stretch him out, but not long enough to tap him out. Gable now grabbing on the Braun Steiner, gets him up, and Steiner with a crossbody taking him down. And now Steiner kicks him down. He gets grabbed. Austin Theory gets him up. Electric chair. Drops him into a German suplex. Covered by Theory on Steiner. Kick out from Braun. And now Theory with a kick to the back of the head. And Austin Theory with a right gets caught by a right hand from Gable. Chad Gable grabs onto him, and Chad Gable takes him down. Gable
spinning around Austin Theory. Braun Steiner now. Oh my God! Overhead belly to belly.
An overhead belly to belly from Steiner to Gable. Puts him in the back now, and Braun Steiner getting Gable up to his feet. Steiner with a kick to the ribs. Puts him in the ropes now, and Braun Steiner with Gable. Off the ropes. Frankensteiner. Cover.
Looking at that leg. An unsupposedly limber man is Braun Steiner. And now Theory has him up for another German.
A big German suplex there from Austin Theory. Braun Steiner goes down. And now Theory with a kick to the back. I mean, keep in mind, Theory has beaten Randy Orton in the past to keep that championship, albeit a muddied victory. Braun Steiner has also managed to defeat Randy Orton in the past on his own merit. All 3 of these guys have had incredible matches this season, taking legends and modern main event stars to their limits in the past. As now, Steiner went for the spear, but Theory shoved him into the mat. Now Austin Theory gets caught with a jab from Braun Steiner. Theory grabs onto him now, and Austin Theory, Steiner, DDT. Steiner really wants to put Theory down here. You know, Steiner's been saying for months, he and Theory were in the Elimination Chamber together last month, and Theory told Steiner not to bother showing up, and Steiner said, watch your mouth or I'll come after your title next. And lo and behold, here we are.
Gable's a very interesting competitor in this match because, yes, he's still an up-and-coming star for us, but he's been here for quite a while. He's been here since the beginning of the series, and he's already fought for World Championship before.
Yes, he was the first opponent of Brock Lesnar. Look at that, he found another way to counter Braun Steiner, turning Steiner's momentum against him into that German. And Gable punches Steiner in the face as Theory just, again, taking a moment on the outside. And a suplex from Gable to Steiner. Austin Theory on the apron now, and so is Gable. Chad Gable goes to the top. What is he thinking? Gable. Moonsault misses it, though, because Steiner gets pulled away by Theory, who hits him with a forearm strike. And now, Austin Theory throws Gable into the corner, and Theory with Chad Gable throwing him across the ring. Wait a minute. Hits the ropes. Theory. Forearm strike. Planting Chad Gable. And now Austin Theory goes for a kick. Gable finds the counter. Gable getting into the ropes now. And Chad Gable with Austin Theory. Going back on the arm. Chad Gable. And there's Gable. A suplex. An exploder suplex to Austin Theory as now Braun is finally in the ring. Braun Steiner locks up with Gable. You don't want to lock up with an Olympian. Neck breaker. At this point in the matchup, we're about 5 minutes into the match, but it feels like it could go anyone's way. Oh! A kick from Gable as Steiner spears Theory. Gable got the better of all of that one, but Steiner spins him around. Now Braun Steiner gets Chad Gable up on his shoulders, and Steiner presses him up. Power slam! Cover for the title!
Theory, if he breaks the cover.
Theory might have just saved the title with that one. It doesn't look like Gable was going to be moving. Now a DDT to Theory, planting him. Steiner grabs onto Austin Theory, getting him back up to his feet, and Braun Steiner running around Theory, knocking him back. Theory with a chop, kicks him in the ribs. Now Austin Theory grabs onto Braun Steiner, and Theory with Steiner. Head first into the turnbuckle. Gable pounces onto him. And Gable turning Steiner around. Chad Gable. Looked like he was going to go for the Chaos Theory. And Steiner gets turned around. Gable grabs onto him. Chad Gable
Picks him up. Oh, and sets him down. Now Gable going up top. Gable. Oh my God, here we go. Massive moonsault.
Gable with a huge moonsault. And now Gable dragging Braun Steiner away from the ropes. Cover. Gable for the title. Steiner powers out. And now Theory finally rejoining the matchup. Right hand from Gable, knocking back Austin Theory. Theory staggers. Gable kicks him in the ribs, and Gable another jumping neck breaker. And Steiner goes for running clothesline. There's a right hook, and Steiner taken down with a hip toss from Gable. Chad Gable now to kick into the back, and Chad Gable getting Braun Steiner up to his feet, and Gable grabs onto Steiner, kicks him in the ribs, and Gable jumping neck breaker takes him down. Steiner falls out of the ring now, and Gable and Theory locking up. Chad Gable throws Theory face first into the turnbuckle. Theory sidesteps though. And Austin grabs onto Gable, and Austin Theory with Gable up, suplexes him, taking him down into a cover. It's all about the IC title. One. No, Gable kicks out. And now what is Austin thinking here? He's got Gable. Austin Theory. Oh, wait a minute. He's got Gable.
Here we go.
A-Town down. And it's saved by Steiner. Power slam from Theory. Now Theory stomps the arm of Braun. Braun Steiner again picked back up to his feet now in Theory. Could he look to do the same to Braun? Throws Braun Steiner in the corner, clotheslines him, throws him across the ring, rolls through. Big neck breaker there from Austin. Now Austin's telling Braun to get up, potentially going to look for A-Town down here, but Gable makes the save.
Gable throws Austin Theory in the corner. He's probably sent for another Chaos Theory.
Theory finds another counter, though. Gable counters out of it. Oh, look out. German suplex from Chad Gable. Now Braun Steiner and Chad Gable lock up. Gable grabs the leg, pushes him down, trying to soften up the legs for an ankle lock.
Oh my God, Gable launching him there. Can we appreciate how much damage Chad Gable has taken so far in this match?
Absolutely, and well, he could be about to take one last bit of damage. A-Town down! Off the jaw of Gable. 2. Oh man, Gable was able to kick out somehow, some way.
Something you'll find is very difficult to put Chad Gable down.
And now Theory, if he could hit a third one on Gable, it looks like that might be what he's setting up. He's got Gable up. Oh, and look at that, sending a message to Steiner with a military press.
Xander, think about this. Brock Lesnar got frustrated when it came to putting away Chad Gable.
He sure did. Wait a minute now. Theory speared by Steiner.
Oh, wait. And now here. Are you going into that? Oh, no, he's not. I thought he was going to go straight into the cover, but he's not. He's going to hurt Theory even more.
He launches Theory into the corner. He grabs Gable. He launches Gable into Theory. And now throws him into Austin Theory. Gable goes down and Braun Steiner grabs the Intercontinental Champion. Steiner lifts him up. Military press. Power slam. Wait a minute, he's not going into the cover. Instead, a WrestleMania moment. Steiner, recliner, is in.
Oh no, and Theory taps.
Austin Theory taps. We have a new Intercontinental Champion. He's a genetic freak. He is not normal. His name is the Breaker, Braun Steiner.
What a match between these three. What toughness showed by all three, man. Braun Steiner showing incredible strength here.
A huge win there. Your winner and the new Intercontinental Champion, the Breaker, Braun Steiner. What a matchup to kick off WrestleMania proper. The Breaker is the Intercontinental Champion.
What a big career victory there for Steiner, and what a way to kick off WrestleMania. We got a lot of action ahead of us. We got a long night ahead of us, like I said. That was only the first of many matches tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna move on to some more. What the? Ray, go handle it.
Oh no.
Well, guys, I've sent Ray into the ring to figure out what's going on. Here comes the man who won the Hardcore Scramble on the pre-show. Very nice, very evil Danhausen making his way to the ring. I'm not really sure what Danhausen is doing here. He's not on the card at this point. Mick Foley asked us to have the Hardcore title stuff wrapped up on the pre-show, get it done in that 10 minutes so it wouldn't interrupt WrestleMania for the rest of the night. I'm not really sure what Danhausen's doing here, like I said, but he's here. I'm not really sure what's going on, but yeah, Danhausen, it doesn't even surprise. It shouldn't surprise me anymore that he does this kind of stuff. He's not even employed by the WWE. He's not supposed to be here, but he just kind of keeps showing up, and people are letting him in. I don't 100% get it, but Danhausen is Danhausen's here, and I guess we're about to hear from the very nice, very evil Danhausen.
Yes, hello, LS11 Universe. Danhausen here, very nice, very evil, very hardcore. Love that Danhausen, you know the rest. After Danhausen's triumphant victory on the WrestleMania pre-show, Danhausen is not only hardcore champion, but Danhausen is the Holsthausen of WrestleMania.
Listen here, you lame combination of Mark Hamill's Joker and Conan O'Brien. I don't want to see you talking about you're the host of WrestleMania. You're not the host
What
of
do you
WrestleMania.
mean,
You're barely
Danhausen's
even
not
a
the
champion.
host?
I don't want to hear it anymore. I am so sick of you coming out here every week. Very nice, very evil. Swallow my teeth. You can swallow my boot.
You cannot do this to Danhausen. Danhausen is the hardcore champion. If you try to screw with Danhausen, you will be cursed.
That's enough of that.
We got him.
Yeah, we did.
We got him, Xander. We got him.
Whoa.
Yeah!
Ray, what are you doing?
I'm doing
I'm
taking what's mine. Swallow your own teeth, you goth freak.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ray Wood has just won the hardcore title. What the hell, Ray? Get your ass back over the announce table. WrestleMania rolls on. So you're hardcore champion now.
Yes.
So let's move on to the SmackDown Women's Championship.
And I am now the official host of WrestleMania.
That's not how it works! Liv Morgan making her way to the ring next.
Sounds like someone who's angry not to be hosted. Anyway.
Liv Morgan making her way to the ring. She ran through an entire tournament to get here tonight. This is the first ever WrestleMania for Liv Morgan and her young career.
That is, Xander, that it is. She looks ready for this opportunity.
She looks ready as ever tonight. Liv Morgan making her way to the ring. She is the first person to try and stand up to the Fight Factory tonight. We will be seeing Fight Factory across 4 different matches on the card tonight. This being the first one, because she's got to take on the SmackDown Women's Champion, Nikki Cross.
Nikki Cross, who has become a staple of Fight Factory.
Absolutely, she has. I mean, Ray, you were there the night she won the title at Survivor Series. Absolutely won it in a landslide victory after she was taken under the wing of Finn Balor.
She's ready to go for WrestleMania.
Nikki Cross is here. Nikki Cross and Liv Morgan, 2 fan favorites in the SmackDown Women's division. Nikki Cross has made her way to the ring. So Cross and Morgan one-on-one. It's about to go down. Ladies and gentlemen, the SmackDown Women's Championship is on the line. Of course, we've got the challenger, Liv Morgan, an absolute fan favorite. I don't know. I think our fans like her. They've never mentioned it.
Yeah, Xander, let's look to the left-hand side of the screen, and there we go!
And her opponent from Glasgow, Scotland. She is the SmackDown Women's Champion, Nikki Cross. Nikki Cross has been defending this championship pretty much week in and week out. She had that months-long battle with Toxic Attraction. She went through Asuka in a hellacious Falls Count Anywhere match at the Elimination Chamber last month. But in her own right, Liv Morgan had to fight through a tournament where she had to beat Charlotte Flair, Lacey Evans, and Becky Lynch to get here tonight. 3 staples of the women's division.
Oh! Pouncing right on her.
Out of the gate, Nikki with a cross body, and Liv Morgan kicks out almost immediately. And now Nikki getting her up to her feet. Nikki Cross shoves her back now, and Cross just pushing Liv Morgan. There's a jab, and now Nikki Cross grabs hold of her, throws her across the ring, into the corner, clothesline, and Bulldog connects from Liv Morgan, or to Liv Morgan. Nikki Cross now getting her back up to her feet. Cross tries to push her away. This is not the first WrestleMania for Nikki Cross. She competed at the first LS11 WrestleMania, where she challenged for the SmackDown Women's title, in fact. She came up short on that night, but she is a former, she's one of only 2 two-time SmackDown Women's Champions in LS11 Universe, as she kicks out of the cover by Liv Morgan. Liv grabs onto her now, and Liv punching her in the face here, repeatedly taking her down. Liv Morgan now getting Nikki Cross back to her feet, and there's a kick. Liv Morgan getting knocked back now. Nikki Cross, uppercut. Cross grabs onto Morgan, and Nikki throws Liv off the ropes, pounces on her, and slamming her head into the mat repeatedly is Nikki Cross. Liv Morgan is down, and Liv, hits the ropes. Liv grabs onto Nikki, swings her around, Hurricane Rana.
Big Hurricane Rana and stomping the arm. Oh, and stomping the guts as well.
Liv Morgan gets taken down with a leg sweep by Nikki. And now Nikki Cross stalking Morgan. There's a kick to the ribs. Liv Morgan grabs onto Nikki, throws her across the ring into the corner. Liv Morgan grabs onto her, and Liv, an elbow strike from Nikki. Nikki Cross with a double chop. Right hook connects, firing away. Uppercut knocks her back.
There's a right hook again. Clothesline. Into another. And a drop kick from Nikki Cross. And now Nikki gets Liv Morgan up to her feet, and Liv Morgan, gets caught with another cross body.
Liv Morgan breathing heavy here, and Nikki Cross going up top.
Is this big match pressure going to get to Liv Morgan and make her crack under the pressure? As Nikki Cross going to come off the top. Cross body. But she more smacked into Liv instead of falling on top of her there. She gets her back up to her feet now. Nikki went for a double chop. Liv caught her. Now Liv Morgan takes her down. Liv Morgan with a kick, taking her down. Kicks her again. Liv grabs onto Nikki. And Liv Morgan gets the leg swept out from under her by Nikki Cross. Cross now, what's she thinking? Nikki Cross kicks her in the back. And now Nikki getting her up to her feet again. Nikki Cross grabs onto Liv Morgan, throwing her across the ring into the corner. Nikki Cross with a right hook. And now Cross puts Liv on the top rope. What is Nikki thinking? Nikki Cross. Oh my God!
Liv taking quite the spill the outside there.
And Nikki Cross can just sit down and wait. She can win this by countout. Champion's advantage still counts at WrestleMania. Nikki Cross looking to do something that's been proven to be very hard for champions in the LS11 Universe, and that's retain at WrestleMania. As Liv Morgan springs back into the ring, kicks her. Liv hits the ropes. Knee to the face. Down goes Nikki. Into a cover from Liv. One, no. Nikki kicks out. Liv Morgan getting her up to her feet now. And Liv Morgan, went for Oblivion. Nikki Cross gets kicked in the ribs. Counter. Now for counter here. Liv. Oh, wait a minute. Nikki! The swinging neck breaker. Oh! Cover! 1, 2, no! Nikki nearly got her there, but Liv Morgan managed to kick out. And now Liv thrown in the corner by Nikki. Nikki Cross.
Oh, throwing Liv's head right into that turnbuckle.
And now Liv thrown across the ring by Nikki. And Nikki Cross goes for a kick. Liv Morgan countered. Now Liv Morgan kicks her in the ribs. And again, Liv Morgan pulls her in. Liv, double underhook. DDT! Taking her down there. And now there's a kick to the back from Liv. Liv Morgan getting herself fired up here. Nikki Cross is down. Liv with a slap to the face puts Nikki in the ropes. Nikki counters. Nikki Cross. Oh, wait a minute. Small package.
Rolls her up.
1, 2, no! Nikki nearly got the retention there over Liv. Kicks her down again. Liv back to her feet now. Liv Morgan. Hurricane Rana popped up and took her down. Into a cover now. 1, no. A kick out again. This time from Nikki Cross. Now Nikki Cross dodges the attempted drop kick. Grabs onto Liv. Rolls her through. Handful of tights. 1, 2. Liv Morgan kicks out again.
Liv Morgan just holding on. Cross has been very aggressive. Head scissors from Morgan. Morgan back on the attack.
Liv Morgan.
I think this is a massive night for the Fight Factory.
It absolutely is. They could walk out tonight with the World Heavyweight title, the Women's Tag titles, the Smackdown Women's title, and the Cruiserweight title in hand. All that would be left then are the Smackdown Tag titles for Gallus of the Fight Factory. As Nikki gets taken down with another head scissor from Morgan. And now Liv Morgan getting her up to her feet. Oblivion!
Here's the cover. Could this be it? The Mania moment's on the horizon. No!
Nikki Cross just barely manages to kick out. And Liv Morgan grabs the arm, stomps the arm of Nikki. And now Liv Morgan getting her back up to her feet. Liv Morgan goes for a kick. Nikki Cross counter. And now Nikki Cross knocking her back. Nikki Cross. No, Liv Morgan countered, went for a slap. Nikki with a right hook. And Nikki Cross shoves her away again. Nikki Cross, right hand knocks her into the ropes. Now Cross with Morgan, puts her up on the ropes. Oh, she's looking to do an elevated swinging neck breaker. Is that going to be enough to put down Liv Morgan? She gets her back up to her feet again, and Nikki grabs onto Liv, throws her into the corner. Nikki Cross puts the challenger on the top rope, and Liv Morgan in some trouble. Nikki Cross, look at that, throw her halfway across the ring.
And now Nikki Cross going up top.
Cross telling Liv to get up. Nikki Cross looking to fly. Cross. Oh, misses the cross body as Liv took one step back. Nikki staggers though, and Nikki Cross with a right hook. And again, Nikki Cross, uppercut, knocks back Liv, shoves her away again. Went for another one, Liv counter. Liv Morgan grabs onto Nikki, swinging her around, takes her down. And a kip up now. Liv Morgan's got Nikki Cross down. Into a cover. 1, 2, kick out from Nikki. Nikki Cross now grabs onto Liv Morgan. Takes her down with a neck breaker.
Wonder where a drop kick to the back of Nikki Cross's head.
Now Morgan with a kick. Morgan with an uppercut now takes down Nikki. Liv Morgan grabs onto her. Drop kick into the back. At the middle rope now, Liv Morgan. This could be her moment. This could be her time. Liv. Missile drop kick, missed it in her head. Nikki pushed her in the air, and Liv's head connected with the turnbuckle. But now Liv, not letting it shake her up, takes down Nikki. Now Liv Morgan grabs her, and a stomp onto the arm. Liv Morgan, this is it. This is her moment. Oblivion! 1, 2, 3!
She got her!
Liv Morgan is SmackDown Women's Champion. Finally. It's finally happened for Liv. She has finally become a champion in the LS11 Universe. Season 3 was a career resurgence for her. Went from one career victory coming into the season to ending the season with gold around her waist.
What a moment for Liv Morgan. Great moment there. And are you happy, Stance? Are you all happy in the left comment section over there?
Liv Morgan with a huge win. We got a big hardcore match coming up next. But before we get into that matchup, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll excuse me for just a moment, we have a very special guest backstage at WrestleMania. If you'll allow me a moment, we're going to go backstage and we're going to have a bit of an interview with this very special guest. A WWE Hall of Famer has agreed to join us tonight. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing night it's been so far. Please at this time welcome my guest, the Heartbreak Kid, two-time WWE Hall of Famer, Shawn Michaels. Now, Shawn, I've got a question for you. Yeah, of course, ask away. Why aren't you wearing a shirt? Man, we are in Tampa in the middle of the day. In August. Can you blame me? You know what? That's fair. So, that's actually not what I was going to talk to you about, though, about Shawn. Your best friend in the world, your former tag team partner, a man that you've won tag team gold with in the past, Triple H, makes his LS11 Universe debut in ring later tonight against Tommaso Ciampa, arguably the greatest competitor in the LS11 Universe. Now, you also made your in-ring debut earlier this season as part of the Royal Rumble, so we were wanting to get your thoughts on the upcoming Triple H and Tommaso Ciampa match. Yeah, now, I've been in the ring with Hunter plenty of times over the last several decades, and I've never had the pleasure of stepping in the ring with Tommaso, but I know that he's a very dangerous man. There's a reason he's considered the best in the LS11 Universe. But here's the thing I know about Hunter. Hunter will do anything it takes to win. Hunter does not give up. Hunter does not go down without using every trick in the book. So, as much as I like Tommaso, as much as I think that he is undisputed, the future of the WWE, I gotta give this one to Triple H because he's always got a plan B.
Ah, yes, hello. Hello, Heartbreakhausen. HB Shizzle. Who? Danhausen here, very nice, very evil, once very hardcore, supposed to be the host of WrestleMania, but whatever happened there? You know, so Ray Wood, he's this big giant man. He took the hardcore title from Danhausen, so Danhausen cannot be very hardcore anymore. So HB Shizzle, Danhausen was wondering if maybe you would be able to assist Danhausen into taking down this giant.
Sorry, man, hardcore title stuff like that's not really my area of expertise. I wasn't really around for it. back in the Attitude Era, but I'm sure maybe you can find someone that might know this Ray Wood guy a little better than I would.
That gives Danhausen an idea. Thank you, HV Shizzlehausen. Danhausen has a call to make.
What a weird guy. Anyway.
Well, now it is time for things to get extreme at WrestleMania. Ray, I know this is
time for things to get Canadian.
I know this is a match you were looking forward to when it was announced. A no-holds-barred, falls count anywhere match. This matchup came about in such a petty way, quite honestly. Kevin Owens, the Smackdown after Elimination Chamber, came out and saved Edge from an attempted beatdown from Sheamus. Kevin Owens said that he wanted to just he's trying to be a better person. He's trying to be a nice guy. He wanted to help Edge, and so Edge agreed, let's team up tonight. Let's team up and take down the guys that are invading our show from Raw. They took on Imperium, and Edge immediately turned on Owens, and Edge said this was never about being friends with you. This was about finding someone to help me get on the WrestleMania card, and unfortunately, you're going to be my victim.
Owens is a merciless, merciless man.
And now he's out for revenge against Edge for what he did to him. Kevin Owens is really, I mean, this season we've seen it. He's tried to become a better person. He's been...
But I'm going to say, you can't hide what's underneath with Kevin Owens.
Potentially not, but here comes, somehow, for the first time in 2 years, at his second LS11 WrestleMania, Edge is here. Do it. You know you want to.
The Rated R Superstar Edge!
And Edge, of course, is a two-time SmackDown Tag Team Champion in the LS11 Universe. Edge has yet to win a singles title in LS11 Universe, but at this point I think we all know it's a matter of when and not if for Edge.
Edge is one of the best of all time, in my opinion. The Rated R Superstar. A man who this season we've seen go to desperate lengths to advance his career. This man realizes Edge is wrestling on borrowed time. He knows this. And he wants to have that one last time where he holds the World Championship high above his head.
So now, without any further ado, Edge and Kevin Owens one-on-one. Here we go. And now Owens grabs onto Edge, and Kevin Owens... No, Edge immediately fighting back. Again, this all started with pure intention from Owens. Owens just wanted to help Edge out when he was being beat down, and Edge used it as a way to get himself on the WrestleMania card because he was afraid he was going to miss out. Edge, this is LS11 Universe. It's not hard to get on the WrestleMania card. We stack them a little too much sometimes.
Now, oh, Edge pushes him away.
Now Edge with a chop to Owens and another one. Quite honestly, Edge, if we hadn't had Double or Nothing yesterday, there would have been 2 nights for you to try and get onto. As now Owens is taken down, Edge looking under the ring. And now Edge grabs the hockey stick. It's a Canadian street fight after all. Edge with a hockey stick to the chest of Kevin Owens.
Owens gets it for himself and goes in with the stomach. And now he's ripping him. Oh, God.
Kevin Owens is launching into an assault on Edge. Edge with a knee to the face of Owens. Kevin Owens goes down and Edge taking him down. Edge grabs onto Owens, getting him back up to his feet. And now Edge throws him into the barricade. And now Edge looking around the ringside area. What is Edge thinking here? There's a kick from Edge. Owens got out of the way. Now Owens grabs Edge, slams him with a knee into the back. And now Owens stomps the arm of Edge. Owens getting him up to his feet now, and Kevin Owens with a right hook. Edge punches him in the gut. And the Rated R Superstar grabs Kevin Owens head first into the turnbuckle. Owens drops in a heap. Edge now. Oh, look at this. Edge sweeping apart the announce table out here. Come on, man. We only have so many of those tonight.
Yeah, man. Come on. We only have 8 more. Come on.
And now Kevin Owens picking Edge back up to his feet. Now Owens onto the assault. Grabs Edge into the steps. And Owens saying, You want to get extreme? Let's get extreme. Owens known for ladder wars back in his Ring of Honor days. Takes down Edge.
Man.
If anyone's going to know how to get extreme, it's Kevin Owens. But then again, Edge known for his brutal assaults with chairs alongside Christian during the Attitude Era. The creator of the Concerto. And now Kevin Owens. No, Edge did not want to risk getting slung into the ring post like that. So he hits an elbow on Owens. And now Edge looking under the ring. You know, last night at Double or Nothing, we saw a lights out match. It almost feels like Edge and Owens are trying to outdo the extreme violence we saw there. And now Edge has Owens kneeling before him.
Owens is trying to... Oh, wait. Owens takes it for himself.
Look at that. Owens cracks it over the back.
Oh, and Owens now. Owens whipping Edge.
Owens with 3 strikes of the kendo stick splintered it to a million little bits. And now Kevin Owens with Edge into the announce table, but Edge caught himself on one of the office chairs and runs back in. He beats Owens into the ring. Execution. But Owens found a way to kick out. And now Edge going out of the ring again. What is the Rated R Superstar thinking now? Edge has got a chair, and when Edge has a chair, it's never a good thing.
And Owens... Ooh!
That was a bad idea, KO. Owens now slung into the announce table by Edge. Edge with Owens. Slams him into it again. Edge, what are you doing? Edge, what are you doing?
Edge out here on the table.
He grabs onto Owens and Edge. Not again. Through the table with execution.
Oh my God.
Edge drops the chair and decides to look for something else. You could have just pinned him, Edge. Let it be over.
But Xander, he literally just destroyed Owens the same way the Toronto Maple Leafs destroyed the Ottawa Senators.
You proud of yourself? If I'm not allowed to make MMA references, you aren't allowed to make hockey references. As Edge takes down Owens.
Now we're even. Hey, if you're a receipt.
A receipt almost 2 years later. How about that? As now Edge winding up that chair and hitting Owens with it repeatedly.
Yeah, I keep receipts for 2 years, okay?
You see there, Edge just warped 2 steel chairs over the body of Kevin Owens to the point where those aren't going to unfold. Now Owens fires back though, and Kevin Owens answers back. Owens now gets Edge up on his shoulders, and now Owens with Edge. Oh my God, Owens.
Oh, into the ring post.
Just launched Edge. And now Kevin Owens gets him up, and Owens throws Edge back into the ring. Kevin Owens coming back in. Kevin Owens. Wait a minute. Pulls him in. No. Do not do this to Edge. Instead, turns it into a package powerbomb. Owens showing a moment of sympathy there. Not dropping a man with who's broken his neck in the past onto his neck. Owens sends him headfirst into the turnbuckle.
He's broke his neck twice.
Exactly, and Owens showed some sympathy for the man's children. Chose not to drop him with a package pile driver. And now Owens stomps the arm of Edge. And the recover. 1. No. Owens now getting Edge back up to his feet, and Owens stunner. 1, 2,
no.
Edge managed to kick out off the stunner. This crowd is loving what they're seeing. This matchup has been very different from the last 2 we've seen as Owens hits the ropes.
Look at all that momentum he's building up.
Absolutely, and now Owens decides against it. Thanks, 2K. Owens grabs Edge. It was a lot longer for me than it was for any of you, trust me. DDT from Edge. Edge goes out of the ring now, and Edge, what is he thinking here? Edge. He's got a table. Hits Owens in the face with a table. And now Edge with Kevin Owens. He decides he's going to reposition that table a little bit. Puts it long ways in front of the ring instead of short. You know what I mean. And now Edge. Oh, he lured Owens into a trap. Edge dropping Kevin Owens. Edge now getting Owens back to his feet, and Edge with the prize fighter.
Edge is looking for something big here. Oh, and Owens realizes what he was intending.
Now Kevin Owens. No, Edge answers back. Owens and Edge. It's getting very precarious when it comes to that table right now. Edge sends Owens off the ropes. Grabs onto him. No! Kevin Owens grabs him. Neck breaker to Edge. Into a cover. 1, no. Edge manages to get the shoulders up, and now Edge staggering back to his feet. Edge, went for a forearm. Owens kicked him as he was starting to jump, knocking him off his feet.
And stomping the arm of Edge again.
And now Kevin Owens up to the top rope. Oh, no! Owens went for a frog splash, and Edge found the counter. Edge now grabs onto Owens, and Edge, with Kevin Owens answering back. Owens knocks back Edge with some elbows. And Kevin Owens, oh my God, what a boot from KO. Owens getting him back up to his feet now, and Owens went for another kick. Edge countered. Edge grabs onto Kevin, throws him into the ropes, takes him down with a flapjack. And now Edge getting Owens up, and what is Edge thinking now? Edge, with the prize fighter, puts him in the ropes, and Edge.
Oh my God.
Owens falls onto the table, but it doesn't break. And Edge, Tope Suicida. Edge lands on the table. This crowd cannot believe what they've just seen. Edge just took flight in the year 2022. And now Edge with the table, setting it up. What is Edge thinking here? Edge slides in, and Edge grabs onto Owens. Edge-o-matic! Owens back to his feet. Owens went for a kick. Edge getting knocked back. Owens, super kick from Edge. And the Rated R Superstar, here we go! Spear! 1, 2, Owens kicked out. We've seen a spear and we've seen a stunner. And now Edge back to his feet. Spear again!
Covers him one more time.
He didn't get as much momentum on that one, which gives Owens a slight chance to kick out.
You can tell Edge is growing frustrated with this.
Edge went for a kick. He was looking for another execution. Owens kicks him in the ribs. Kevin Owens gets Edge up. Owens. What is Owens thinking? He's carrying Edge towards the ropes. No, Owens, don't do this. Through the table on the outside. Owens getting Edge back to his feet. And Owens grabs onto Edge, throws him into the ring. And now Kevin Owens to the top rope. Edge is staggering back to his feet. He's out of it. Missile dropkick sent Edge out of the way. Drop kick from Edge. Edge somehow can't believe he's still in it. Owens and Edge have gone to war in this matchup. Owens drop kicked into the corner from Edge. And now the Rated R Superstar gets Owens back to his feet. And Edge now with a right hook to Owens. Edge. Right hand again. Owens gets knocked back again. Kevin Owens with a kick. Now Kevin Owens grabs Edge. German suplex. Kevin Owens to the top.
Oh my God.
Frog splash across the back. Stunner number 2. 1, 2. Edge found a way to kick out of the second stunner. And now Edge gets kicked down. Owens get picked back up. Edge sweeps the leg. And now Edge with a kick to Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens grabs onto Edge. Kick to the ribs now. Edge. Owens catches him, and Owens. Counter for counter here between these two. Edge pounces on him into a clothesline. Edge pops him up, slams him down. Owens is down, and Edge getting Owens back up to his feet. Kevin Owens kicked in the ribs. Edge. Execution.
And now Edge
Grabs onto Owens, and what is Edge thinking? He puts Owens in the ropes, and Edge with Kevin Owens throws him over the top. Owens, hold on. Edge. Oh my God. Spear. A spear to the floor. And Edge now sees Owens staggering. One more time. Spear.
count it.
1, 3. The Rated R Superstar is your winner. What a battle we just saw between these two tonight. And you got to think the winner of this matchup is going to be watching that World Heavyweight. You got to think Edge, after winning this matchup, is going to have his eyes on the World Title match later tonight.
Or the WWE Championship match. You never know where you're going to be on draft night.
That's absolutely true. Draft night begins tomorrow night.
Edge shaking. He went through a lot. He was dropped several times.
A huge victory for the Rated R Superstar. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going backstage to meet up with the new Intercontinental Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined at this time by the new Intercontinental Champion, the Breaker, Bron Steiner. Now, Bron, I just want to get your thoughts on your win here tonight. Yeah, Chad Gable and Austin Theory are good competitors, that's for sure. Hella great competitors, some of the toughest guys I've ever faced. They called the three of us the future of the business for a reason. I already talked about it enough on kickoff tonight. It was an honor to face them, and now it's an honor to be the newest Intercontinental Champion. But I've brought a man with me tonight to help celebrate my win. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my uncle. Yeah! Little nephew Pump! The numbers don't lie! You said it yourself on the pre-show, the numbers did not lie. You only had a 33 1/3% chance if you were a normal person. But a genetic freak like a Steiner, yeah, had a 141 2/3 chance of winning that Intercontinental title. I'm proud of you, little nephew Pump, and I know your dad is too. Yeah! Holla! If you hear me! I don't know if giving him a live mic at WrestleMania was a good idea. Yeah, maybe not. Anyways, back to you guys at ringside. Oh, what the hell?
Ray 1000! Danhausen would like a word in the ring!
What do you want, Danhausen? I'm trying to host the greatest WrestleMania in the history of LS11 Universe right now, and afterwards I'm taking everybody to Chili's!
Hardcore title. But Danhausen realizes that Danhausen might lack a little size compared to you. But Danhausen can still reason with you. Danhausen realizes to defeat a ginger such as yourself, he needs some ginger backup. Meet Danhausen's friend Hausen, Conan O'Brien.
You think you can separate
guys,
the gingers?
Those don't know Conan. That is Ray's favorite television host.
You think you separate the
Ray
gingers,
would have to
Danhausen?
be
That's not how this
starstruck at the
works,
sight
pal.
of Conan. Danhausen puts a curse on Ray. Conan.
Wait, I'm your #1 fan!
Stunner. Well, of all the wrestlers that influenced Danhausen, Conan was the most influential, and Conan O'Brien. Conan O'Brien is Hardcore Champion. What is my life? Conan O'Brien, with the help of Danhausen, just won the Hardcore title. Conan O'Brien is champion. I don't know how these kind of things happen.
Hardcore title was a mistake. I stand by it. Conan is Hardcore champion.
Hey, buddy. You okay? Well, ladies and gentlemen, on a much more serious note, it is time to crown the inaugural LS11 Women's Tag Team Champions. I've only wanted to have this happen for 2 years, as the Fight Factory making their way to the ring. Fight Factory are considered the odds-on favorite to win this matchup by the fans tonight. Kaylee Ray and Blair Davenport looking to bring the fire of the Fight Factory with them tonight, as they have to take on 2 stars of the future. Admittedly, the best way to put it is about to take on 2 stars of the old guard, as now Kaylee Ray and Blair Davenport making their way to the ring. This is a big opportunity for these 2 young women tonight.
That is, Xander, if they can win the inaugural WWE Tag Team Championships.
And remember, these women's tag titles are floating titles. They can appear quite literally anywhere, as Kaylee Ray and Blair Davenport make their way to the ring. This is a big match for them tonight. And somehow, some way, well, we'll talk about her tag partner in a moment, as the former SmackDown Women's Champion, at one point the longest reigning SmackDown Women's Champion, Lacey Evans, making her way to the ring. This is Lacey's second WrestleMania. She walked into the first WrestleMania as a challenger to the SmackDown Women's title and came up short that night. But Lacey Evans could look to win some tag team gold tonight, be part of the inaugural Women's Tag Team Champions. And quite honestly, when you look at her tag partner and her tag partner's track record, Lacey Evans might have a pretty good chance tonight.
And she will, Xander. But it'll still be an uphill battle for her against Fight Factory, I think, or at least one of an open plane, on an even plane. Charlotte and Lacey haven't been tagging together for too long. They show tremendous promise. But you know, Kaylee Ray and Blair Davenport know each other very well.
They go back a long way on the independent scene together. But here comes, this is the shocking fact, the Queen, Charlotte Flair, competing at her first ever LS11 WrestleMania. This year marks the first time any of the WWE 4 Horsewomen have appeared in an LS11 WrestleMania. 3 out of 4 of them appeared. So, we don't, in real life, don't know the status of the 4th one. She might be back by the time this releases, but this was recorded before that, so, you know. Charlotte making her way to the ring, though. She and Lacey Evans, as you said, have had an incredible tournament side by side.
And they've had Xander, and she is the Queen. Looking at the left chat section again. Okay.
Yeah, that's how I expected it to go. Charlotte and Lacey, this is Charlotte's first WrestleMania, which is such a baffling sentence to say, and she's not had the greatest run in LS11 Universe. She's had title matches, but she's never been a champion.
Yeah, she hasn't, Xander, not yet, but she could fix that here tonight.
She very well could. The Queen of WWE tells the referee, get over here. Charlotte Flair gonna make the referee hold the ropes for her. Charlotte steps into the ring now. Charlotte Flair and Lacey Evans, by far the long shots in this tournament. When it came to the preliminary rounds, we saw so many teams compete in the tournament. And I think when people saw that, they said, Charlotte and Lacey are either just in it to make it 8 teams, or they're somehow winning this whole thing. And they find themselves in the finals. Kaylee Ray and Blair Davenport, a cohesive unit. This is going one of 2 ways. It's going down in the fires of the Fight Factory, or we're going to see the glistening diamonds of the Queen and the sassy Southern Belle holding those titles up. Look at those women's tag titles. Non-kayfabe breaking for a moment. Quite genuinely one of my favorite belt designs in current wrestling, the women's tag team titles.
Belts go up.
This is going to be a hell of a matchup. I'm very excited. Kaylee Ray and Lacey Evans starting it off. Of course, Charlotte Flair and Blair Davenport have some history with one another. Perhaps we'll see them lock up at some point. As Lacey Evans with a clothesline to Kaylee Ray. Kicks her in the ribs now, and Lacey with a chomp. Lacey Evans now gets grabbed by Kaylee Ray, and Kaylee Ray launches her towards the ropes. Lacey grabs onto them and holds on, though. Kaylee Ray A woman who, you at one point specifically, Ray, named as the true next big thing in women's wrestling for LS11 Universe.
Yep, Kaylee Ray, a true, I think, one of the next big, great generational talents we have here in LS11 Universe. She had an ongoing rivalry, but now an AEW champion, Nixon Newell, formerly Tegan Knox at NXT.
She absolutely did, as now Kaylee Ray at her first WrestleMania locks the arm of Lacey Evans up in the rope. This is a huge night for the LS11 women's division as Lacey Evans takes down Kaylee Ray. These tag titles, we talked about it before. I talked about it all of this season, that there were so many women that felt underutilized this season. Women like Bianca Belair, Kaylee Ray, all four of these women, for example. So many women that felt like they were underutilized because there was only one championship for them on each show. And obviously those championships wouldn't swap to other shows. And so now the women's tag titles add just a whole new amount of opportunity to the women's divisions in LS11 Universe. As, what a headbutt! Kaylee Ray tags Blair Davenport, who's gone from green to red for the night, it would appear. What a kick from Lacey Evans floors Blair upon entering. Blair Davenport undefeated in LS11 Universe at this point.
And she is in there and actually a major factor in this match. Lacey Evans, though, kicks her in the chest.
Taking her down now, and Lacey getting Blair Davenport up to her feet. Lacey Evans firing well, and Blair Davenport grabs on. Blair with a kick to the ribs. Blair Davenport grabs onto Lacey, getting her up, and Blair with Lacey Evans up. Stun gun takes her down. Blair Davenport looking to take things to the next level, looking to make things elevated. If you know, you know, as Lacey gets her up.
And sets her down.
Cover, 1, 2, no! Blair Davenport kicks out, and Lacey Evans grabs onto her, getting her up. Are we going to see the women's right? She grabs onto Blair. Here we go. I was going to say Blair Davenport and Charlotte Flair had a lot of issues with one another earlier this season. Davenport made a hellacious debut by beating down Charlotte Flair and then beat her at Super Smackdown. And now Flair and Davenport finally locking up in the ring.
Blair sitting here outside, and Charlotte trying to come in.
Charlotte went for a big elbow there. And now off the ropes, Charlotte. No. Big chop there from Davenport, and Blair Davenport gets her up. Charlotte counters it, and Charlotte Flair grabs onto her for a German suplex from the Queen. Charlotte getting her up to her feet now, and Charlotte Flair, right hand attempt. Blair Davenport chops her back, kicks her in the knee, kicks her off the chin with a super kick. That's how she beat her at Super Smackdown. 1, Flair kicks out. Of course, in that matchup, they've been going for quite a while. And now Blair Davenport tag made to Kaylee Ray. And Kaylee Ray looking to bring the Scottish Fire into the ring. Takes her down. And now Kaylee Ray grabs Charlotte Flair into a cover. Kaylee Ray, cover on Flair. 1, no. Kick out from Flair. And now Charlotte with a chop. And again, Flair comes off the ropes. No! Kaylee Ray pounces on her. And now Kaylee Ray, what is she thinking here? Oh my God, just headbutt Charlotte Flair. Kaylee Ray's going up the top rope. Flair leaps out and tags Lacey Evans.
Now Lacey's in the match. Here we go. Lacey.
It looked like Kaylee Ray was still targeting Charlotte for a moment, which bought Lacey some time. Hurricane Rana sends Kaylee Ray across the ring. And now right hand from Lacey Evans. Grabs onto her. Wait a minute. Women's right. Cover. 1, 2. Blair Davenport makes the save. It looked like Evans quite possibly had it won. And there's a kick now. Lacey Evans getting her up to her feet. Lacey Evans. Right hook. There's a counter. And now down goes Lacey with a flatliner. And now Lacey Evans dragged to the center of the ring. Cover by Kaylee Ray. Cover. No. Kick out from Kaylee Ray. And now she gets her back up to her feet. And Kaylee Ray kicks on the ribs. Pulls her in. And Kaylee Ray.
Oh my God.
We're going to stretch her out. As the submission ends, stretching out Lacey Evans. Charlotte and Blair, their rivalry reigniting as they're brawling on the outside. And Lacey pries her arms free. Rolls through it. Charlotte slides into the ring. Charlotte gets out, though, before she risks a disqualification. This is one of those very rare cases where we could crown the first champions of count-out or disqualification if need be. And
There's there we could, as she tags in Blair Davenport.
double tag is made. Blair and Charlotte are in. Charlotte went for a spear, and Davenport just turned her momentum against her. Blair Davenport turned the Queen's momentum against her. And now Blair Davenport, oh my God, takes Flair down. What a kick! Charlotte Flair might be out cold. One, no. Kick out from Flair. And now Blair Davenport grabs onto Charlotte. And Blair Davenport with the arm of Flair brings the knee into the side of the face. Charlotte could be out of it again. Blair Davenport. Whoa, Charlotte sidestepped it that time. Charlotte went for a drop kick. Blair sidestepped it. Now Blair Davenport, knee to the face. Takes her down. And Blair Davenport gets Charlotte Flair up to her feet, and Blair with Charlotte gets her up for a suplex. Charlotte Flair counters, and Charlotte Flair
No.
hits the ropes. They collide. Big boot attempt. Blair Davenport ducked it. Blair Davenport went for a spear. Charlotte sidestepped. These two did battle and have learned each other's offense as Davenport busts out a spine buster. New move at her arsenal, apparently. There's a kick out from Charlotte. These two women obsessed with defeating one another. There's a tag made from Kaylee Ray. Now Kaylee Ray enters the ring. Hits the ropes. Big forearm to Flair. Kaylee Ray into a cover. Lacey Evans slides in. Two, breaks it up. Oh my God, Lacey Evans with a cheap shot.
Lacey Evans getting out of the ring.
Kaylee Ray. Whoa, into a Thez press on Charlotte and slamming her head into the mat. This matchup looks like it's about to go the way of Fight Factory. Kicked in the ribs. For a DDT, Charlotte takes her down. And Charlotte brings the double axe handle down on her. Flair with a kick now, Charlotte Flair.
Oh, Charlotte.
Elbow.
Kaylee gets there.
Blair Davenport's in, and look at this. What are Fight Factory thinking? Oh, they're looking for a double team. An assisted shoulder block. The height Blair Davenport went from there. One. No. Lacey Evans makes the save. Blair Davenport grabs hold of Lacey Evans, taking her down. Charlotte goes after Kaylee Ray. Fight Factory's numbers game being shown here, but Charlotte runs their heads together. Tries to throw an elbow. Blair Davenport saw it coming. Charlotte, big boot. Wipes out Kaylee Ray. Oh no. Oh, they're gonna hate us. They're gonna hate us so much.
Xander. No. Natural selection.
Connects. 1, 2. No.
Thank God.
Blair Davenport kicks out, and Charlotte now targeting the legs. Charlotte knocking back Blair Davenport. There's a jump from Blair Davenport. Knocking back Charlotte. Blair Davenport knocking back Flair. And now Blair Davenport grabs hold of her. Fall away slam. Looked like she was going to sit into a cover there for a moment, but she chose not to. Cover. 1. Kick out from Flair. Charlotte Flair manages to kick out Blair Davenport. Tag made back to Kaylee Ray. You can see Lacey Evans has finally made her way back to her feet. And Charlotte Flair went for that elbow, but Kaylee Ray had it well scouted. And now Charlotte's gotten out of there, and Lacey Evans is in. Lacey's shoulder blocks Kaylee Ray. Right hand connects now, and Kaylee Ray grabs onto Lacey Evans. Lacey Evans throws her into the corner of Fight Factory. And Blair Davenport watches on as Lacey Evans' head slammed right in front of her. Tag made. Fight Factory looking for another double team move. Off the ropes. A double back body drop. 1. No.
Kick out there.
And now she's pulled in, and Blair Davenport grabs onto her. Takes down Lacey Evans. Lacey Evans goes down. Blair Davenport scooping her up. Blair Davenport falls back with her. Now Davenport going up to the top rope. Oh, what is Blair Davenport doing? Oh, Charlotte tries to push her down. Oh, went for the stomp. Lacey Evans out of the way. Bicycle kick from Evans.
Bicycle kick connects again, Xander. And now, oh my God.
Charlotte provided that mere moment that Lacey Evans needed to be able to avoid that stomp. Held Blair Davenport back for just a moment. And now Charlotte is in, and Charlotte Flair Elbow strike off the jaw of Blair Davenport. I've heard those kind of elbows are Judas effective. I mean, super effective. And now Charlotte Flair with a chop to Blair Davenport. And now Blair Davenport scoops up Charlotte. Taking her towards the corner. Wait a minute. Lacey hops off the apron. Lacey Evans. Whoa, she slides in the ring. Lacey Evans knew there was a pin coming, it would appear.
And Lacey.
Wait a minute. Lacey Evans. No, 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 no.
She's going to bend the rules.
Women's right. And now Charlotte.
Going for the figure eight.
Kaylee Ray is down.
She has the figure four. Can she bridge it to the figure eight, Xander?
Blair Davenport's tag partner is down. Flair into the figure eight. Blair Davenport scratching and clawing. Lacey just took down Kaylee Ray with another women's right. It's over.
Oh, no.
We have now officially crowned our first women's tag team champions. Charlotte Flair and Lacey Evans become the inaugural champions. Oh no.
What a great match, what a great showing from Fight Factory, but at the end of it, here we go.
Lacey Evans bent the rules just enough. Your winners and the first ever women's tag team champions, Charlotte Flair and Lacey Evans. Big win for these two tonight. Congratulations to the inaugural champs. They wouldn't have been my first pick. They were probably my 9th pick out of the 8 teams in the tournament. But Flair and Evans walk away with the win, and I guess that just goes to show you, never doubt the queen.
Never do, Xander.
Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I am here with the LS11 Hardcore Champion, Conan O'Brien. Yes, that's right, I am the Hardcore Champion. And of course, it's because I'm a fantastic professional wrestler. I am up there with the greats, Johnny Knoxville, Andy Kaufman, David Arquette. But the difference between those three and me, I have influenced a generation of professional wrestlers. And none of them have ever won the WWE Hardcore title. Ah, yes, hello, Conanhausen, Danhausen, Herehausen, the real Danhausen, very nice and evil and stuff and shit. Well, Danhausen, I thought you didn't curse. Well, I don't think that was the real Danhausen, but let's go a complete 180 from that bullshit into a fight.
A fight to determine whose iron will reign.
Der Ring General. Walter out first. Told you the German minor in college was worth it. Walter making his way to the ring. His first WrestleMania match. He made his debut at last year's WrestleMania where he led Imperium to Raw Tag Team title victory. We saw in the pre-show they come up short against Mustache Mountain though. Brock Lesnar has been dominant for 19 matches this season. This is match 20. Walter is the only thing standing between Brock Lesnar and a world title match. And the question is, does the Ring General have what it takes to stop the Beast from ripping a championship away from someone else?
Who knows, Xander, but the Ring General Walter is here to make a statement. Earlier this year, he nearly defeated the World Heavyweight, the WWE Champion. And now he says if he beat Brock Lesnar tonight, he thinks it will launch him towards that stratosphere again.
Absolutely. The Ring General makes his way to the ring. Walter steps in. This is going to be a hoss fight in every sense of the word. He takes off the coat, balls it up and throws it. This is a fight in every sense of the word. And now here comes his opponent, the Beast Incarnate, Brock Lesnar. Lesnar has run through 19 men this season, as I mentioned. When he came back to WWE 1 year ago, a clause was snuck in his contract by then Raw General Manager William Regal. A clause that stated that Lesnar would be unable to challenge for any championship in LS11 Universe unless he achieved 20 victories from the time of his re-signing. This is match 20.
And in case any of you think that sounds bad, for William Regal, you're going to have an average 4 to 5 matches a month. So it's going to take you 5 to 6 months in order to properly qualify for a championship.
Exactly. He wanted to avoid Lesnar being able to walk in for the first... Lesnar vanished for a year and a half. He wanted to avoid Lesnar just walking in, taking a title, and going back to a farm in Saskatchewan for a few months.
Going and grilling meat, drinking, whatever he does. Manly things. Chopping wood.
The Beast is back. Brock Lesnar and the Ring General. Walter and Lesnar are about to go one-on-one. Good Lord. I've been waiting for this matchup longer than anyone will ever believe. Like, good God. Like, I'm pretty sure I pitched this match in 2020.
Yes, Sander, we get it.
Oh, wait, I forgot to say my phrase. The big trucks is gonna eat the little trucks. Let's do this. Walter's the last line of defense between Lesnar and the title. Here we go. Wait a minute. No.
Lesnar has him up. F5.
Not like this. 1.
Oh.
And Lesnar just laughed and went, oh, big boy, I see. Walter back to his feet, elbow to Lesnar. There's a chop.
Oh my God.
Another one, and a third chop. Walter chopping away on the chest of the Beast. Sends him off the ropes, and Walter with Lesnar into the ropes. Drop kick. But oh my God, Lesnar barely moved. There's a suplex. And now Lesnar grabs onto him, and Lesnar bends back the arm. Stomps the arm of Walter. Lesnar now grabs onto him, and look at this, Lesnar. We have never seen anyone do this to Walter. He just manhandled. He's manhandling him right now.
Oh, and throwing him across the ring.
He grabs the arm, he bends it back, and he stomps on it. He grabs him back to his feet now. Lesnar grabs onto Walter. And Brock Lesnar. No, Walter fights back. The Ring General knocks him back, and Walter. His turn. Here we go. Powerbomb. Stacks him up. 2. Lesnar.
No.
Lesnar got the kick out. And Walter now raising his arms in victory. Lesnar was not moving for a moment there after that powerbomb. And now Walter gets Lesnar back up to his feet, and Walter with Lesnar chops him.
And again.
Look at the chest of Lesnar already getting very, very red very, very quick. And with a jab, Brock Lesnar grabs the Ring General. Another suplex. And now Lesnar. There we go, Lesnar. Oh my God, another chop. And he's finally been floored by a chop. I know what to stop. It's the chops versus the suplexes tonight. And the chops seem to be winning. He comes back to the arm, and Lesnar stomps the arm. So now grabs onto him, and Lesnar knocked back by Walter. There's a chop again, puts Lesnar in the ropes. And now Walter chops him in the chest.
And Lesnar just falls over.
And now Lesnar thrown off the ropes. Walter, German suplex.
Back and forth we go, ladies and gentlemen. Walter stands up Brock Lesnar.
Gets him back to his feet, another chop. Now, headbutt. He knocks back the Beast. Lesnar turns him around though, and Lesnar, another suplex. Now Lesnar grabs onto him. And now Lesnar turning the Ring General over. Cover on Walter. 1 kick out.
And now Walter is looking. Oh, and Lesnar just punches him in the head.
Lesnar has his leg swept out from under him by Walter. And Lesnar Getting picked back up to his feet. Lesnar. There's a kick to the ribs. Valter with another kick. And a chop.
Oh, and Brock returns one.
Brock returns fire. Suplexes him. And Lesnar now raising his arms the way Valter did a moment ago. Lesnar now lets out that roar. And the Beast watches as the General gets back to his feet. We reached a stalemate, it feels like, but Valter DDTs Lesnar. Remember, this matchup really felt like it was beginning to be teased when Lesnar was eliminated in a matter of seconds from the Royal Rumble earlier this year by the Ring General. And now Valter's going to Suplex City.
And he's going up for another. And here we go for the third.
3 German suplexes. Lesnar could be closing in on the victory. If he wins this, then we know he challenges a world champion of his choice at Payback next month. No, a kick out from Valter. And it's Payback instead of Backlash because I refuse to call a show WrestleMania Backlash. And that was a stupid idea from Bad Creative. Valter counters the attempted F5. German suplex from Lesnar just sent him halfway across the ring. Stomps the arm.
Lesnar gesturing to the crowd now. Oh, and punches Valter in the head. Valter though punches back. Drop kick by Valter to Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar holding his own chest.
Valter. Oh my lord! That chop just rang through the stadium. Valter now grabs the Beast. Gets him up. Power bomb! Wait a minute. What is he thinking? What is he thinking?
Oh my god. Flying General!
Splashes him. 1, 2, 3. Suplex City just got closed permanently. Courtesy of the Ring General.
Valter coming in here with an amazing performance here.
He just manhandled the Beast Incarnate. That is something we have never seen before. I think the title of the Beast has been taken. The torch was not passed, it was ripped away. Valter wins his first WrestleMania match. Let's go backstage to talk to the original big man at WWE about that match. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my guest at this time, Kevin Nash. Mr. Nash, very nice wig. Haha, very funny. What was your question? Well, I just want to get your opinions on the last match we just saw. Oh yeah, that matchup, wow. That is one of the hardest hitting things I have ever seen in person. And I think it taught us all one thing. Don't mess with Valter. You'll pay the price. That man's a future world champion whether we like it or not.
Ah, yes. Diesel Nash, very nice. Hello. Very good to see you.
What is this thing?
Danhausen here, very nice, very evil. You're very nice, very diesel. So Danhausen was wondering if you happened to see Danhausen, but not Danhausen.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, that's not very good, because someone attacked Danhausen's dear friend Conan O'Brien, which means the balance of very nice and very evil is off, because the kid is wearing Danhausen's face. A human put on Danhausen makeup instead of Danhausen putting on human makeup. This is not good at all. There's an imposter Hausen among us.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, this next match is a match very important to me, aside with the storyline. Just to break it, never mind. Anyway, Randy Orton comes out here tonight. This match, he had maybe the most personal match we've seen Randy Orton have.
Quite probably. The only other match I could think of would be Clash of Champions Season 2. It was Tommaso Ciampa.
Or that triple threat, we all remember that one.
I mean, well, I think everyone remembers the fallout of that match more than anything.
It was fun.
It was.
It was a fun time. Anyway, this match means so much for the future of SmackDown. This match is for the future of SmackDown. This match is for the legacy, and this is the big match these two have been waiting for months. This feud started at the Royal Rumble when Randy Orton would make a comment to Cody, trying to be a comforting source, but Cody saw it differently. He would cost Randy Orton the Intercontinental Championship later that night, and these would put these two on a collision course that has led to right now.
Absolutely, of course. Last month, Cody would miss the Elimination Chamber due to an injury we now know he faked in order to not face Randy that night and instead put Drew McIntyre in his place. The Viper. Weird time to mention, this is Randy Orton's first singles match at an LS11 WrestleMania. He was in a ladder match last year.
Doesn't this feel right?
Feels like it's a 4.5-hour show as Randy Orton makes his way to the ring. Well, here's your damn pyro. Happy now, everyone. Here comes the American Nightmare, the Money in the Bank contract holder, Cody Rhodes.
Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare. When he returned earlier this year, it was one of the biggest moments of the entire season when he walked out on Smackdown. And he would lay a challenge at the feet of John Cena. And since then, he has been on a path that he says will lead to the greatest championship legacy of all time.
Cody Rhodes has the Money in the Bank contract. He decided to leave it in the back tonight because there's no reason to bring it out for a match where the champion's not here. Cody Rhodes makes his way to the ring.
But for him, Xander, I think that's why I left him in the match, because this isn't really about the championship. Cody came here to win it, but this match tonight is not about that for him.
It's absolutely not. The American Nightmare in his first WrestleMania match in the LS11 Universe. Orton and Rhodes, here we go. Right hand from Cody. And now Cody Rhodes knocks him back. How many different Cody Rhodes created wrestlers will Xander use? Yes, all of them. Cody gets put in the corner now, and Orton pushes the elbow into the face of Rhodes.
It's a real shame Cody didn't dye his hair black. That way we'd know he's serious.
Yeah. And now, Randy Orton stomping the chest of Rhodes. Randy Orton has Cody, turns him over, and Orton cover on Rhodes.
Rhodes. Kick out.
Cody Rhodes now is down. Cody Rhodes. Here we go. Orton. No! Cody gets out of the way. And now Cody Rhodes kicks him in the ribs. Orton goes down to his knees. Rhodes rolls him through. Cody looking for an early win. No. Randy Orton gets out of it. Remember, in the build to this, Cody Rhodes called Randy Orton a bully as he lifts him into an elevated choke.
I did, Xander. And Cody now trying to... And Orton hits the guts. Orton hitting the ribs.
And what Cody said that almost now 12 years ago, a match that was supposed to be a breakout moment for himself and Ted Jr., Orton just walked in and said, "I don't feel like it," and ended up derailing both men's careers. And Cody's called Randy a bully, saying he's only pretended to be his friend ever since, to do what Randy has done to so many others and betray him, as Randy Orton stomps the chest of Cody.
It was him and Triple H talking about it. Triple H at one point, I think, told Cody, Randy betrays everybody.
It's absolutely true as Orton throws Rhodes into the corner. Now Randy Orton grabs Cody, dragging him away from the ropes now, and Randy turns Cody Rhodes over. Randy Orton into a cover on Rhodes. One, no, Cody Rhodes kicks out. For a kick. Rhodes dodges the attempted power slam from Orton, and now Cody Rhodes goes for a kick. Randy Orton counters. Orton hip toss by Rhodes. Cody with a kick, and again, Cody Rhodes a kick to the back. Randy Orton catches onto him, and Randy Orton takes him down. Orton, look at this. Orton going into a submission hold here on Rhodes. Randy Orton. Ray, we were talking about this yesterday. You said that on the right day, when he's in the right mood, Randy Orton might be one of the best wrestlers on the planet.
Oh, that's why I said, Xander. Oh, but Cody is one of the most intelligent wrestlers, I think, on the planet.
Absolutely right. As Randy right-hander Rhodes drop kicks him, taking him down. Cody goes down. Randy Orton Grabs onto the American Nightmare. Dragging him away from the ropes into the center of the ring now. Randy goes into the head of Cody, stomps on him. Cody's felt this many times in his career in the past. Orton stomping on the Rhodes. And one more to the head for good measure. Now Randy Orton, whoa, went for RKO. Rhodes shot him into the air, slams him.
Slam.
Cody with a power slam to Orton. And Randy Orton, Cody went for the disaster kick. Orton gets him up, and Randy Orton has Cody for an elevated neck breaker. Cover. Orton, 1, 2, no. Rhodes kicks out. And now Randy Orton getting fired up here. Randy Orton has Cody Rhodes down. Rhodes gets grabbed by the arm, and Randy Orton stomping the side of the head of Cody Rhodes.
Now Cody, he's told to get up by Randy.
Randy Orton grabs the arm and stomps the arm of Cody. Cody Rhodes goes down. Randy Orton's got him down. Randy goes up to the middle rope. Randy Orton, elbow drop attempt.
Misses the elbow. Cody, now beautiful disaster from Cody.
Beautiful disaster connects. Springboards into a moonsault as well. Cover by Rhodes. 1, no. Orton kicks out. Now Cody getting Randy back up to his feet. Cody Rhodes goes for a kick to the ribs. And Cody Rhodes, oh my God. Oh my God, Cody!
Oh my God!
Vertebreaker! And now he grabs onto Orton, getting him back up to his feet. Cody looking for Crossroads! Cody to beat Orton. Rope break.
Cody got a bit overzealous there. He wanted to end this so bad.
He ends up missing a splash because of it, just letting rage overtake him. And now Randy Orton shoots back up to his feet and sweeps the leg. Randy Orton now with Cody Rhodes. Stomps the arm, does Randy Orton on Cody Rhodes, and now Orton grabs onto the American Nightmare, DDTs him. Orton now into a cover on Rhodes. 1, no. Cody Rhodes kicks out. And now Randy Orton goes towards the corner. Cody back to his feet though, and Cody with some jabs.
Cody fighting him off.
And what a boot there from Cody. Takes down Orton. Cody Rhodes getting Randy Orton back up to his feet. Throws him off the ropes. Orton runs into Rhodes now, and Randy Orton clotheslines Cody Rhodes. Into another. Randy ducks the clothesline. Power slam. Randy Orton now turns Rhodes over, and Randy, here come the stomps again. 1 for your knee. 1 for your foot. 1 for your shoulder. And 1 for your stupid neck tattoo. Cody Rhodes kicks out.
To be fair, anyone with a tribal neck.
RKO! 1, 2, Cody kicked out.
Bad tattoos. Look at the tribal neck piece. If you're a white man with a tribal neck piece, you have no right to judge anyone's tattoo decisions.
And now Cody Rhodes knocking back Randy Orton, and Cody Rhodes grabs the ropes, springboard, clothesline. And we were about to see the Cody cutter. And now Cody Rhodes gets Randy Orton up to his feet. Cody grabs onto him, throws Randy into the corner. Cody Rhodes puts Randy on the top rope. What does Cody think? Oh my God, Cody, what are you doing?
Cody,
Muscle Buster! Now Cody going to the shoulder of Randy Orton. Randy Orton has had an injury in that shoulder many a times in his career, and Rhodes is putting all the pressure on it. Randy Orton chop blocks him. And now Randy into a cover on Rhodes. No, kick out from Cody Rhodes.
Oh, going to kick Rhodes. Rhodes, oh, dragging the foot down.
Cody Rhodes gets out of it, and Randy Orton pushes him away before Rhodes can block in a submission. Now Randy choking Cody on the mat. He knows he's got to a count of 5. And Randy Orton strikes that pose because why not, I guess. Orton with a kick takes down Rhodes. Randy Orton is Cody Rhodes, and Randy with Cody getting back up to his feet. Randy Orton with a clothesline. Cody Rhodes with a knee strike. Jab from Cody. Cody Rhodes knocks him back, and Cody with another boot to Randy. Cody Rhodes goes for a kick. Randy Orton counter. They collide. Randy grabs onto him. Orton's got a hold of Rhodes. Randy Orton slams Rhodes head first into the mat. Oh my God, Randy Orton. This is how he's won many a matches against tough opponents like Dragunov and McIntyre lately.
Taking him up.
Avalanche RKO. To be only the second man to beat Cody since his return. 1, 2, Cody! Somehow just kicked out of an Avalanche RKO. And now Cody Rhodes is down. Randy to the top. Orton. Splash. No! Rhodes got his knees up. And now Cody stalking Orton. What is Cody thinking? Kicks him in the gut, looking for the Tiger Driver. Wait a minute! Pedigree!
Oh my God!
1, 2, 3! The torch was just passed. Cody nails Randy Orton with a pedigree. The American Nightmare nails a pedigree to beat Randy Orton. A huge victory for Rhodes. He beats Randy Orton in the middle of the ring at WrestleMania. And now you gotta think Cody's attention is gonna go backstage to that briefcase he's got, probably sitting next to his wife and his child, and thinking, is tonight the night? Does Cody Rhodes cash that Money in the Bank briefcase in tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, let's go backstage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my guest at this time, Kevin Owens. Now, Kevin, I am so sorry about how your match with Edge went. I'm sure it's not exactly what you were hoping for with the outcome. You think I was hoping to get speared out of the ring and then through a table on the outside? Of course I wasn't. That was far from what I wanted to see happen tonight. It's far from what I wanted to feel. I wanted to get my first WrestleMania singles win in the LS11 Universe, but apparently we can't always get what we want. But I'm a prize fighter, and my fight for the prize never stops. So I will be back. Whether it be on Raw, if I get drafted, whether I stay on Smackdown, if I don't get drafted. I'm going to do everything and anything I can to get a prize. I want to be the second ever Grand Slam champ. Oh, and by the way, Cody Rhodes, you're an asshole. Strong words there from Kevin Owens, but now it is time to move into the United States Championship. Because, Ray, here's an interesting statistic that's been brought up all month. The glorious Robert Roode, who makes his way to the ring tonight, has walked into all three LS11 WrestleManias, or has walked into a title match at all three of our WrestleManias. And until we know the result of tonight, every year he has walked out with gold around his waist.
And look at what he has on this year.
Red and gold. Robert Roode is thinking about that red and gold title that he wants to put around his waist. Although I will say, buddy, impulse shopping of trying to get an outfit that matches something you're not entirely sure you're going to get, bad idea.
Yeah.
As Robert Roode, the glorious one, enters WrestleMania for the third year in a row. Last year, he ended the career of Daniel Bryan. I hear we never saw Daniel Bryan again from there. As Robert Roode makes it 2 nights later, that retirement wasn't spoiled. Robert Roode makes his way to the ring. The glorious one battle. He brutalized his former tag partner LA Knight to get into this matchup.
That he did, Xander.
And now he looks to take the title from another former tag partner. What is it with this guy and tag team partners?
I guess he just does not like them anymore.
Apparently they wear out their usefulness to him. Here's James Storm when you need them.
I don't know.
A big matchup tonight for Robert Roode. But making his first ever WrestleMania appearance, the United States Champion, Dolph Ziggler. And the attire is a bit of a throwback tonight to the glory days of the show-off. We were talking about Cody Rhodes with his Money in the Bank briefcase a moment ago. Dolph Ziggler wearing the same gear he wore the night he cashed in his Money in the Bank contract in what many consider to be one of, if not the greatest cash-in of all time. Ziggler makes his way to the ring. Ziggler and Roode one-on-one. These two were a tag team. The Dirty Dogs was a very short-lived LS11 tag team. It had a one-night lifespan before before Cowboy James Storm would show up and Roode would throw Ziggler to the curb, and Ziggler would not want a match for over a year.
Then you go to NXT, have a resurgence there, do a 30-minute Broadway with AJ Styles, come back, win the U.S. title. It's a lot's happened.
A lot has happened to Ziggles as Ziggler and Roode one-on-one at WrestleMania. This title could be what Robert Roode needs to get one step closer to being only the second Grand Slam champion in the LS11 universe. An accolade held by one man currently, and that is Tommaso Ciampa. Because of course it is. The glorious Robert Roode challenges for the gold tonight.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen.
And the champion is the show-off, Dolph Ziggler. So the U.S. title is on the line. The U.S. title has brought about some of my favorite matches in the last two LS11 WrestleManias. It brought out what I think was the match of Season 1 with Buddy Murphy and Aleister Black, who we just saw have their third matchup last night at Double or Nothing. Last year, the six-pack challenge was a whole lot of fun. And this year, we got Ziggler and Roode, two of the stars of Season 3 for the LS11 Universe, facing off over the gold. So Robert Roode and Dolph Ziggler one-on-one. Without any further ado, here we go. Ziggler with a chop out of the gate, and Ziggler grabs onto Roode, taking him down.
Ziggler on Roode now. Oh, bringing Roode down to the ground.
Now Ziggler going up to the top rope. Dolph going to come off the top. Splash onto his former tag partner. Cover. One. No, a kick out from Roode. And now Dolph stops the arm of Robert Roode. Ziggler saying, let's do this. He is fired up for his first ever LS11 WrestleMania. Roode takes him down, and now Ziggler misses the neck breaker, does Roode. Now Ziggler with a knee strike. Dolph Ziggler bends back the arm and stomps the arm. Now Ziggler with the heart stoppers.
Oh, and again. Ooh.
Ziggler with the heart stopper elbows. Roode gets caught. Ziggler DDT-o Robert Roode. Ziggler into a cover now. One. No. Robert Roode kicks out. Dolph Ziggler now grabs onto him, turning him over, and Robert Roode is down. Ziggler sweeps the leg, does Robert Roode. And Robert Roode. Oh, wait a minute. Roode.
And the legs in the figure four.
Figure four from Roode. Robert Roode's got it in. Ziggler can hardly believe it. You can see he's debating tapping out already. Could Ziggler's title reign come crashing down at WrestleMania? No, Ziggler fights out of it. And now Dolph Ziggler with an elbow strike to Robert Roode. Knocking him back, Roode staggers. And now Roode and Ziggler, there's a jab from Roode. Ziggler takes him down. And now Dolph Ziggler telling Roode, come on, then. Robert Roode gets pulled in, and Ziggler. No, Robert Roode fights out of it. Roode grabs onto the show-off, throwing Ziggler across the ring into the corner. Roode with a clothesline. Ziggler goes down, and now Robert getting Ziggler up to his feet. Robert Roode, spine buster. What a year it has been for Robert Roode.
That it has, Andrew, that it has.
He started this season as WWE Champion. SummerSlam, he loses it, has a midlife crisis, becomes a megastar for a few months, enters the Royal Rumble, breaks up the megastars, fights for the WWE title again, and now he's here at WrestleMania fighting for the U.S. title. Nothing short of an eventful run for Robert Roode.
Yeah.
Super kick!
Massive super kick, and he lays out on him. 1, Oh, kick out from Robert Roode.
Robert Roode kicked out Ziggler. Grabs onto him, Robert Roode. Jawbreaker. And now Roode. No, Ziggler. Good chop, Dolph Ziggler. Fires up, getting knocked back. Roode. With a chop, and again, Roode. Robert Roode, clothesline attempt. Got him across the back of the skull. 1, 2. Ziggler kicks out. Roode now getting Ziggler back up to his feet, and Robert Roode with a kick to the ribs. Roode with a chop, and Roode kicks him in the ribs again. Robert fires away on Ziggler. Gets him in the ribs now, and Ziggler punches him in the back. Oh, Dolph's tuning at the band. We saw Heartbreak earlier tonight. Sweet chin. No. Roode ducked it. Roode.
Glorious DDT.
Roode to win the title. 1, 2. Ziggler kicked out. Dolph Ziggler somehow just kicked out. Roode kicking him down now as Ziggler fights back up to his feet, and Dolph kicks him in the ribs. Dolph Ziggler turns it over. Neckbreaker to Robert Roode. And now Ziggler, right hand to Roode, grabs onto him. Ziggler throws Roode off the ropes. Out of the ring spills Robert Roode. And Ziggler. Roode and Ziggler brawling on the outside. Roode cannot allow a count out to ruin his shot at the U.S. title. Roode grabs hold of Ziggler. Suplexes him. And now Roode has Ziggler down. Robert Roode, he's looking at those chairs. He was thinking about it.
Oh, man.
Steel chairs and Robert Roode have gone hand in hand all the last 2 years.
And oh my God, he has one, and the ref's like, Roode, no.
The ref's saying, you can't do this. Roode knows he's disqualified. Ziggler throws it out of the way. And now Ziggler with a right hook. Dolph. Right hand knocks him back. Dolph. Thought he was going to go for a zigzag. Went for a takedown. Might have been able to drop Roode on his own chair with that. Clothesline. And now Robert Roode with the forearm. Ziggler with the elbow. Both men missed. Roode knocks back Dolph. And now Robert Roode with Ziggler. Oh! Faked him out of the glorious DDT. And now Ziggler. Right hand to Roode. Dolph Ziggler with an elbow strike. Super kick attempt. Roode.
No, turning around. Ziggler going. Oh! Oh, a nice German from Dolph.
Ziggler showing his amateur wrestling background there. For a chop, Roode with a right hook. Roode clotheslines him across the back. Roode takes him down now, and Robert Roode turns Ziggler over, grabs the leg, and Roode back into the figure 4. Roode back into figure 4 on Ziggler.
Hey, Ziggler looking for something to do.
Ziggler has no clue what to do at this point. He's stuck in the figure 4. Roode. No, Ziggler fighting out of it. Right hook to the jaw of Robert Roode. And now Ziggler gets him up on his shoulders, and Dolph Ziggler with the glorious one. No, Roode fighting out of the fireman's carry. And now Roode rolls him up. Rope break saves the champ. And Roode stomps the leg of Ziggler, and again, Robert Roode. Ziggler with a drop kick. Now Roode. Oh, wait a minute, Ziggler. Here we go. Dolph with. Oh, went for zigzag. Roode got him in the nose. Forearm from Robert Roode. And Robert Roode getting Dolph Ziggler back up to his feet. Roode takes him down. Oh my God. Crossface was in from Roode for a moment. For those that don't know the symbolism of that, last year Roode submitted to a crossface label lock from Daniel Bryan in the WWE title match, but the referee was down.
And Ziggler knocking back into the ring. Oh, elbow from Ziggler.
And Ziggler throws Roode out of the ring. Robert Roode spills to the floor. And Ziggler now, what is he thinking? The referee begins the count. Ziggler back. Ziggler, watch out. Roode runs back into the ring. Roode. Whoa, Ziggler ducks the attempted clothesline. Roode gets him across the back. And now Roode standing over the fallen champion. And Roode, oh, look at this. Was about to yell glorious, but Ziggler caught him. Launches him into the corner now. Dolph Ziggler grabs hold of Roode. Goes up the ropes. Ziggler with a right hook. And again. And again. Dolph Ziggler
over and over.
I think this is what everyone's wanted to do to Robert Roode for the last couple of years. Roode counters and Roode for a forearm. Ziggler boots him in the face. Dolph's got him down now, and Dolph grabs the leg. Dolph Ziggler takes down the leg. Into a cover. One. No.
Ziggler. Oh. And now, Roode reverses that combo from Ziggler. Ziggler being thrown to the corner by Roode. Roode gives it a clothesline there in the corner. I think Roode's building to something here.
Roode's thinking, oh, here we go. Crossface is back in. The crossface is back in. The label lock, or should we say the yes lock, is in from Roode. He's about to make Ziggler tap out and win the title the same way he should have lost it last year as WWE Champion.
Ziggler looking for something to do.
Ziggler, what is he thinking here? Dolph's got to find a way out of it. You see Dolph twisting his head about trying to twist his way out of the label lock. And now Roode stretching his neck out. And Dolph Ziggler, this crowd's gone deafened. But Ziggler brings them back alive as he rolls out of it.
And now Ziggler going for that chop. Roode, another roll up. 1, 2. No, Ziggler almost had it.
The U.S. champ kicks out, and Roode. Now what is Roode thinking? Robert Roode yelling at the referee, saying, I will hurt you if you don't count the 3. No, and Ziggler for the drop kick. Roode with a clothesline. Roode bashing the ground, saying, why won't you die? Ziggler goes down now. Robert Roode. Oh my God!
The ref went down, and now oh my God, Roode's attacking the referee.
And the referee is out. Roode goes out of the ring to get a chair. And Roode's got old reliable. Wait a minute!
Oh!
LA Knight!
LA Knight!
Remember, Roode injured him leading into WrestleMania. And LA Knight is getting his sweet, sweet revenge. The megastar is back. BMT to Roode. He gets him back up to his feet, and LA Knight with Robert Roode back into the ring where Ziggler is tuning up the band for Sweet Chin music, and the referee allowed it. The referee kind of laughed at Roode and said, this is what you deserve. After Roode attacked referees for years now. Ziggler's got the yes lock in. Roode is crawling, and finally, Robert Roode submits.
Ziggler is still champion.
The show-off retains the U.S. title at WrestleMania. Ziggler's first WrestleMania, and he taps out the longest reigning WWE champion of all time.
Oh my God.
What a win for the show-off. This crowd has gone insane for Dolph Ziggler. They've been begging for Ziggler to finally get the recognition they felt he deserves for years now. And at WrestleMania Season 3, he puts down Robert Roode. He finally gets handed the U.S. title. Ziggler celebrating. You know what? I will make the bold claim and say that U.S. title now in the arms of Dolph Ziggler is the most prestigious it's ever been in the LS11 universe. This man has defended it week in and week out for months now, and I look forward to seeing what comes next with Ziggler.
Ziggler, an underdog win for him tonight, gets a massive Mania moment.
A huge win for Dolph Ziggler, the referee congratulating him. Roode finally gets all of his comeuppance in one night. From LA Knight, from Dolph Ziggler, and from all the referees he's assaulted over the last year and a half. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for more Danhausen.
It's been a lifetime for Danhausen. My search to find the one who attacked Conan O'Brien, the one who has impersonated Danhausen, the Imposterhausen, has lasted a lifetime. Danhausen has searched high. Danhausen has searched low. Danhausen, it's been half an hour. Quiet, generic Zane, keep filming. Danhausen's search has gone on long enough. Danhausen has finally pieced it all together. There is only one person capable of being the imposter Hausen. There is only one person capable of capturing the essence of Danhausen. Only one person with enough style, and I found them here. Tyler Breezehausen.
That's right, it was me all along, Danhausen. It was me all along.
Breeze, how did you pull this off? How did you manage to become an imposter Hausen and look just like Danhausen, throwing off the balance of very nice and very evil?
It's quite simple, my dear Danhausen. I did it to prove I was the better detective. You have to commit a crime only solvable by the true best detective in the LS11 universe, not Sherlock Hausen, the Fashion Police. This was never Criminal Mind Hausen. It was the Fashion Files.
Dun, Tyler, I must thank you for allowing me the time to pin you while that fool Danhausen was looking for you earlier. They've never suspected a thing. When the next match concludes, I will reveal my true identity. They will have to keep me around, for I am the hardcore champion now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Don't you dare be sour! Clap for your longest reigning tag champs and feel the power!
for the first time in six-man tag action since the final episode of Season 2 before WrestleMania, the New Day is back together.
And they brought some bootios.
Xavier Woods, Kofi Kingston, and Big E are reunited, and to show just how reunited they are about to fight for the Raw Tag Team titles in a 3-on-3 elimination matchup.
And they're going to go against the Hurt Business, who Big E was part of earlier this year.
Yes, he absolutely was, as Big E slides into the ring, Kofi and Woods right behind him. What a road it's been for the New Day to get to this matchup. Big E was part of the Hurt Business. He was the United States Champion, and as soon as he lost that title, Hurt Business, MVP dropped him in favor of the man who pinned him in the U.S. title match to eliminate him, Cedric Alexander, who we saw much more promise in. We'll be seeing Cedric later tonight in the ladder match for the Cruiserweight Championship. That's actually not too much later tonight, in fact. But Big E, Kofi Kingston, and Xavier Woods reunited at last. The New Day find themselves in six-man tag action against the Hurt Business. And ladies and gentlemen, just in time for WrestleMania, they have finally color coordinated their gear.
And here comes the leader.
MVP with the Raw Tag Team Champions Bobby Lashley and Moose by his side. Look at the star power following MVP to the ring. You got a former Impact World Champion in Moose, a former United States Champion in Lashley. Lashley, a man who I have very little doubt in my mind will be an LS11 World Champion one day. Bobby Lashley, Moose, and MVP marching down to the ring. The Hurt Business, they were wanting it. If you remember, the build-up to this matchup was so much. At one point in time, the fate of the New Day rested on, and the fate of the New Day does rest in this matchup, because if New Day win, they're Raw Tag Team Champions, but if they lose, Kofi is banished to SmackDown, Big E is stuck on Raw, and Xavier Woods is forced out of the WWE.
And he is, Xander.
And to get to this matchup, Xavier Woods had to beat Bobby Lashley in the middle of the ring clean as a sheet. Whereas if Xavier Woods had lost, we'd be looking at a 4-on-2 handicap match of Woods and Kingston versus the entire Hurt Business right now. But Woods managed to do the unthinkable and beat Bobby Lashley a few weeks ago to make it a 3-on-3 match. So Moose enters the ring now. Kofi and Moose Remember, Moose actually made his in-ring debut in WWE Universe and in LS11 Universe when he beat Kofi Kingston on an episode of Raw early on in the first episode of 2K22 of the series, beating Kofi Kingston in a Impact World title match on an episode of Raw as Kofi takes down Moose and Kofi Kingston hits the ropes. Kofi, knee to the face of Moose. So really, every member of New Day in this matchup and every member of Hurt Business in this matchup have one specific person they've got issues with. Kofi and Moose because of Moose beating Kofi all those months ago. Woods and Lashley because Lashley feels that Woods should not have been able to beat him. And of course, Big E just wants to get his hands on MVP again after MVP called the shot to have him taken out of the Hurt Business.
And now Moose. Oh! And Big E.
Moose and Big E in the corner now. Moose grabs onto Big E, but Big E elbowing him back. Big E knocks him back. Big E kicks him in the ribs. Punches Moose in the back. Big E turns him over. Moose. Enziguri knocks back Big E. And now Moose going back towards the corner. And MVP says, "Don't you dare tag me in." Big E throws Moose into the corner and said, "Tag made." And here comes Xavier Woods.
Xavier. Oh! Coming in.
Knee to the side of Moose's head. And now Xavier Woods bringing a stampede into the ring. Woods hits the ropes. Enziguri to Moose. Xavier Woods showing why they call him the heart and soul of the New Day.
Taking Moose to his absolute limit here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But Moose, Alabama slam from Moose.
Moose takes down Woods, and Moose takes Woods down. Moose grabs Xavier Woods. And Moose grabbing Woods back up to his feet. Grabs hold of him, and Moose. Oh no, what's he going to do here? He's got Woods up. Woods slips down and out of it. Woods takes down Moose. And now Moose crawling towards the Hurt Business. Xavier Woods gets him back up to his feet, and Woods went for a kick. Moose countered. Moose grabs onto Xavier, and Moose with Xavier Woods, knee into the back. And another one. Throws him into the corner. Tag made to Lashley. It looks like it's revenge and looks like it's payback time for Lashley.
Oh, hitting Xavier Woods across the back.
And now Lashley gets Woods back up to his feet, and Bobby Lashley throws Xavier Woods into the corner. Lashley, right hand, no, Woods counters. Xavier Woods. Oh my God, what a knee strike from Woods. He might be dressed like a Power Ranger, but he's going Super Saiyan right now. Now look at Woods. Does a split for good measure. Clotheslines Lashley, who only staggers.
And into the corner.
Oh, Lashley knocked Woods into Big E. Miscommunication between Big E and Woods there. And now spear. It's over for Woods. We're about to see the first elimination. Xavier Woods is about to be gone. Lashley, no, Woods. Ducks him now, and Woods thrown over the top rope by Bobby Lashley. Lashley gets caught with a right hook, and Xavier Woods. No, Lashley with a right hook. No, Lashley, no. Woods counters. Woods going to the top rope. Xavier Woods.
Hurricane Rana from Woods.
Woods managing to take down Lashley and Xavier. What is Woods thinking here? Woods, whoa, tries to roll Lashley through, gets a knee to his nose for his troubles. And Lashley says, we're done. Bobby Lashley, no, Woods, knee to the ribs. Woods, here we go, jabbing Lashley again. Hits the split. Punches Lashley and knocks the Chief Hurt Officer off his feet. Lashley's reaching out for the Hurt Business. Oh my God, look at the distance Woods made it on that one. Whoa, Woods ducks Lashley. Woods. Lost in the woods. Cover on Lashley for the first elimination. 1, 2. Lashley's been eliminated.
And in comes moving Kofi saying, let me get in, please.
Kofi throwing himself between Woods and Moose. And Woods says, get out, get off of him. Woods says, get out there, Kofi, I'll tag you in, you're next. Moose knocks back Woods, and Woods is taking a beating. Woods rolls out of the way of Moose, and Woods, oh my God, Woods rolls Moose through. Kofi might not even get a chance to get his hands on Moose. 2, no, and Big E took down MVP for his troubles. Now Kofi in the ring. Lashley's waking up and realizing, oh my god, this is it. As Kofi now kicking Moose. Kofi Kingston kicked in the knee by Moose. And now Moose grabs onto Kingston and Moose. Whoa, Kofi! Kofi takes him down. Cover! 1, 2, no! As Big E once again takes the opportunity behind the ref's back to take down MVP. DDT from Kofi. And Kofi now, he's thinking about... Boom drop! Ooh! Boom drop connects to Moose. And now Kofi, oh, MVP with a cheap knee strike.
MVP's like, no, I'm not being alone with the New Day. And oh my god, now, we thought Moose could take advantage.
Kofi, oh! MVP with a knee strike, starting to get back into the ring, and Kofi, oh! Runs into the knee again of MVP. And so Kofi bulldogged MVP. Moose is still dazed and confused, so Kofi, trouble in paradise. 1, 2, 3. MVP is alone with the whole New Day.
And I don't think that's registered for him yet.
He's still recovering from that bulldog, and Woods is waving bye-bye to Moose. Big E says, let me at him. Here we go. Big E may have been able to get a beating in on MVP last month, but he's decided he wasn't done. If New Day can pin MVP here, they will be Raw Tag Team Champions. Hurt Business's entire fate lies in the balance of MVP.
MVP is saying, Big E, please.
As MVP gets kicked in the ribs, Big E. Look at this, Big E. Power bomb. And Big E hits the ropes for the big splash. MVP's down, Big E, getting him back up to his feet, and E grabs onto him, scoops him up. Big ending. Now Big E gets MVP up again, and Big E throws MVP in the corner. Big E doing it out here. He's just letting Woods and Kingston get some laughs in against MVP. And Big E, oh my god, he scoops MVP up, walking him around the ring. A second big ending. And just like that, we have new Raw Tag Team Champions.
What a moment it is for the New Day. And it is a new day.
Yes, it is.
On Monday nights.
New Day will officially be allowed to defend the Raw Tag titles under the Freebird rule. Kofi Kingston, Big E, and Xavier Woods together hold gold for the first time in LS11 Universe. What a moment this is. And this is the first WrestleMania for these guys as a trio. Last year, you know, Kofi and Big E were in the tag team title match on Smackdown, and they were cheated when it looked like Big E was about to fight his way through the Undisputed Era and win the tag titles.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the celebration.
The celebration of the New Day. Those three men are your Raw Tag Team Champions. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't really know what I'm expecting next. I will be getting up for the announce table in a moment. Apparently the man who pinned Tyler Breeze backstage off camera is going to reveal himself or herself. We don't know. So, if you'll excuse me, my time is now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a part of the show expected to happen, but apparently we have a mystery hardcore champion, so bring him out. Let's see who they are.
Here we go, people. I don't know who this is yet. Music is... Oh, God. We've ran you off twice. He's like lice. He just keeps coming back. Good God help us. You didn't even have graphic packages made, Damian. This is how unplanned, Aaron or Damian or whatever you are this week. You are holding my belt there, Buster. And I am so sick of this. Xander, you take care of him. I took care of Danhausen. You take care of him. Honestly, my jaw's still pretty still. So yeah.
Allow me to beg your indulgence for a moment. I am the intellectual savior of the unwashed masses, the former Raw general manager, and the artist formerly known as Damian Sandow, Aaron Stevens. LS11 Universe, I am now the hardcore champion. Which means that I have a right to stand in this ring, which means until I am given a contract, welcome to the first ever Aaron Stevens WrestleMania Phillip. Nope, none of this shit. This joke ran its course a long time ago, Aaron.
Oh, and Xander ducks it. Xander with a shot. Xander coming off the ropes. Oh, radio silence from Xander. Counting ref. Here's the 1, the 2, and the 3. Xander is the fake champion because I am still the real hardcore champion. But he will read as the real hardcore champion. Xander hits the radio silence to hopefully silence this man one last time until we come up for a joke for him again, which we inevitably will because it is us. We wanted the Roger GM thing to be a one-time thing. And Xander was like, no, let's bring him into Impact. And I was like, you want to do a comedic bit? That's fine with me too. But Xander is the hardcore champion. That's what's important. Oh God, what has this world come to? Xander is the current hardcore champion now. And the only reason I'll get back in there and pin him myself is I am still in recovery. Oh, good God. Ah, sweet Jesus. Here's the cover. Well, Logan Paul's in the ring now, and now he's just pinned in. Okay, so Logan Paul came in there, hit a move, looked okay for a YouTuber, and now he is hardcore champion.
Who let this nerd in the building?
That's why I think about you every single time we record commentary together.
Look, man, my legs, I did not know I was able to do that with them. I'm gonna need to sit the rest of Mania here at this table. Cruiserweight titles on the line up next. Logan Paul, you son of a bitch. Ow. Cruiserweight title up next as here comes
The Patellas.
the Bruiserweight. Pete Dunne, and ladies and gentlemen, this is the final night we're going to see this design for the Cruiserweight Championship. As of tonight, the purple and silver is going to be retired. We have a new championship hung above the ring. And you will get to see it very soon.
And now Pete Dunne thinks it's him.
Pete Dunne wants to. We already saw champions retain in the ladder match yesterday at Double or Nothing.
Maybe we can see it today.
It's gonna be through hell or high water for Pete Dunne. He's been a hell of a superstar, a hell of a competitor.
And now Pete Dunne, former NXT champion, former world title challenger. This man has done so much with his time in LS11 Universe. He is now a dominant Cruiserweight champion, and he's going to have to go through everybody tonight.
Everybody in the pool. Because out next, here comes a man who went from an up-and-coming NXT tag team to in a singles title match at WrestleMania. Wes Lee out next. Wes Lee is a real dark horse pick for this one. Many people are surprised by the fact that he's here, quite honestly. Me too. As Wes Lee making his way to the ring. This is his first title match.
And completely ignore the shirt. Anyway.
Yeah, who knows? MSK is nothing. They've never existed. What are you talking about?
Wes Lee won the tag team champions one time with Vacant.
Actually, twice with Vacant.
Yeah.
In real life, anyway. He's never won any. He's a former hardcore champion in LS11 Universe, though.
Everyone's a former hardcore champion. I can literally say I'm a former hardcore champion right now, and it now be a factually correct statement.
You're a former two-time hardcore champion, actually. So
Yeah.
But out next is arguably the greatest cruiserweight of all time.
Yep.
Rey Mysterio making his way to the ring. Rey Mysterio had to beat his son in a match to get here. And so Rey Mysterio tonight looks to capture his first singles title in the LS11 Universe.
Hey, Xander, that he does, but he could do it tonight and add something to that already enormous trophy shelf we know that sits in his house.
Absolutely. Rey Mysterio makes his way to the ring. The most legendary cruiser of all time. You can see the new title hanging above the ring there. You got a small preview of it. We'll be getting a graphic for it in just a moment's time. I'm excited to see who the first person to hold that title up at the end of tonight is going to be. Out next in this ladder match, who do we have? We have Santos Escobar, a man that Rey Mysterio at this point has done battle with in NXT a few times back in the day.
That he did, Xander. But this man now is on a new path. Well, kind of a new path. He's always kind of been on this path.
Yeah, he's kind of always been challenging for titles.
Specifically this one. Hopefully tonight he can get it done.
We'll see. He makes his way to the ring. The leader of Legado.
Maybe tonight is the night.
Maybe it is. The leader of Legado del Fantasma making his way to the ring. Santos Escobar. Set for singles action. This is a big opportunity for him. Think about it like this, Ray. Santos Escobar went from kind of being the butt of the joke in NXT. He is at WrestleMania in a title match.
Yeah.
NXT Fallout did wonders for some people.
Yeah. Wonders.
It's done wonders for some people. Pete Dunne, Cruiserweight Champion. Walter, well, he wasn't part of Fallout. Ilya Dragunov, we'll be seeing in a moment's time. Chad Gable just fought for the Intercontinental title earlier tonight. And then there's, other people. Here comes the man, the last member of the Hurt Business for us to see tonight. Cedric Alexander is here, and he's got the red and black that the rest of the Hurt Business had. The pressure is on for young Cedric to bring gold to the Hurt Business tonight after the failure of his teammates earlier on. In fact, in just our last match, in fact. Cedric Alexander making his way to the ring.
Cedric tonight looking to, I guess, kind of redeem the Hurt Business after, quite frankly, kind of an embarrassment by the New Day earlier tonight.
It wasn't even an embarrassment, it was a humiliation by the New Day. The New Day clean swept the Hurt Business in a matter of minutes. They barely stood a chance, it felt like. As now, Cedric Alexander's made his way to the ring. We've got half the playing field. Out next, talking about pressure being on. The second to last member of Fight Factory in a title match tonight, Noam Dar, the Scottish Supernova.
And recently rejoined member of the group.
Noam Dar, another member of the Fight Factory. We already saw his colleagues, Nikki Cross, Kaylee Ray, and Blair Davenport lose their title matches. Pressure's on for Noam Dar to win his here.
Noam Dar brings something very different to this match. He's much more technical than some of his compatriots in this match.
That he is indeed. Noam Dar making his way down to the ring. And of course, Noam Dar making this match is part of the bigger story with the match we'll see next between Seth Rollins and Finn Balor. Because Noam Dar, a student of Finn Balor, he defeated Nathan Frazier, a student of Seth Rollins, to end up in this Cruiserweight Championship ladder match.
And tonight he looks to prove Finn Balor's investment in him all those years ago worth it by winning the Cruiserweight title match for the Fight Factory. He is so focused, I think, on this match. Noam Dar, if you don't think a technical man can win a ladder match, look what happened last night.
Absolutely. Out next, the longest reigning Cruiserweight champion in the LS11 Universe.
And maybe the odds-on favorite.
Quite possibly the one and only Ricochet making his way to the ring, because you can't have a Flippy Dudes ladder match without the ultimate Flippy Dude.
And as you said, Xander, the longest reigning Cruiserweight champion a man who defines the title, I think, even now.
He held that title for 280 days back in NXT.
And he defended against some of the best in the world, including Rey Mysterio.
Absolutely he did. Rey Mysterio, a man still here, world-renowned talent like Will Ospreay, who made a one-off appearance for that matchup. Ricochet is here, the one and only. He's been a staple of LS11 Universe since the very beginning. In fact, he competed in the very first match in the LS11 Universe. He challenged AJ Styles for the US title at the time.
And Xander, with this man and his knowledge of the ladder match and his knowing and all of his experience with being the Cruiserweight champion, I would put him as a heavy favorite in this field right now.
I'd have to agree with you. And now, here comes the final man to hold the NXT North American Championship, the invincible Ilya Dragunov, making his way to the ring.
Ilya Dragunov, a man who, when he doesn't win, he makes you earn it.
Absolutely. Dragunov dominated his way into getting in this match on Smackdown several weeks ago. He was one of the first men to qualify.
And he was, Xander, and now he's here tonight to finally finish what he says was broadcasted for him when he got to SmackDown, which is a championship. Xander, look at the very few men who have beaten Ilya Dragunov. Walter, Rollins,
Randy Orton, and I believe Drew McIntyre is the only other one. I believe that match happened. I could be wrong.
But all those men had to earn beating Ilya Dragunov. Dragunov, for anyone, is not an easy night out. This man is so ruthless and so meticulous with his assaults and his willingness to put himself through great pain in order to achieve victory.
Absolutely. Ilya Dragunov makes his way to the ring. The invincible. He's one of the last men to enter this matchup tonight. The field is filling up. What a matchup this is about to be. Look into the eyes of Dragunov. He's got that look. He knows. He knows. He is a man that was just seconds away from being world champion back at Cyber Sunday. And quite honestly, had the referee been counting his fall instead of focusing on Steiner's submission...
And we're right into it, ladies and gentlemen!
We are going right in full steam ahead. I was going to say Dragunov had the referee counted his fall instead of Steiner's submission. Dragunov had Rollins down for a 5 count.
And Escobar has him up. Escobar has up Wesley. Suplex on the Ricochet.
And now Ilya Dragunov getting back in the ring. Noam Dar with a DDT to Rey Mysterio onto the apron.
And Dunn has Cedric Alexander up on the outside. Power bomb by Dunn.
This matchup's going to go a million miles a minute with these guys. Ricochet takes down Ilya Dragunov. Wesley's got Santos Escobar. Ricochet goes out of the ring, and Ricochet, of course, he would be the first one to go for a ladder. It's what he feels most comfortable with. He throws it into the ring. Ricochet slides it in. It's Wesley taking down Santos Escobar. Rey Mysterio splashes onto Noam Dar. Escobar takes down Wesley. Ricochet's got the ladder. Ricochet scrambles up it, as does Ilya Dragunov. Oh, a double chop to one another. Rey Mysterio turns his attention to Ricochet.
Xander, this... Oh! He's pulled down there. Oh, a big drop kick to the leg of Ricochet.
Mysterio joins Dragunov at the top of the ladder, and Santos Escobar pushes it over with both of them, and the ladder hits Wesley on the way down. Dunn slams Cedric into the steps. And now Pete Dunne pacing around ringside, and Pete Dunne, oh, a ladder to the back from Rey Mysterio. And Lamb Dar dropping Rey Mysterio. Santos Escobar has Rey down. Pete Dunne takes Cedric down next to the ladder. Wesley ripping apart the announce table on the outside.
There's so many fun matchups in this one, Xander.
Absolutely. I'd pay to watch any of these guys face off as Noam Dar locks Rey Mysterio in an inverted figure 4 on the outside.
Oh, and in the leg.
Rey Mysterio fighting out of it, punches him in the face. And what's crazy to think is Rey Mysterio is the oldest guy in this match, but he moves around like he's the same age as all these other young guys.
And, oh, it was... Ricochet misses that big standing moonsault on Santos Escobar.
Rey Mysterio grabs the Cruiserweight champ. DDT to Pete Dunne, and Mysterio and Escobar are the only men standing in the ring right now. Rey Mysterio. Oh, Santos with a splash. Mysterio, he and Escobar have Remember their battles back in NXT.
And Darn. Oh, it's Dar and Cedric now locking up.
Former tag team champions together. Santos has got the ladder now. Santos sets the ladder up. Santos going up the ladder. Santos Escobar. Oh, he's got his hands on the gold. Knee to the face from Noam Dar. Someone's got to stop Escobar. Noam Dar's right there. Noam Dar joining him atop the ladder. Escobar with a right hook to Noam Dar. Santos Escobar. No, Noam Dar with a right hook. Pete Dunne grabs Rey Mysterio on the outside. Noam Dar with a chop to Escobar. Pete Dunne and Rey Mysterio agree to join forces.
Oh! And, Dragunov and Ricochet battling it out on the outside. Oh, massive slam from Dragunov.
You know, this whole match feels like a reunion of NXT.
I like what Dragunov and Ricochet just barely avoided each other in NXT. The night Ricochet lost the title is the night. Oh, and the West Coast pop from Rey Mysterio is the night that Dragunov debuted.
It absolutely was, as Rey Mysterio got the full 619 on the Cruiserweight champ. And now Dragunov and Dunne talk about people from NXT that just barely missed each other. Rey Mysterio, what the hell? He went to the top, but the ropes, he slipped off the ropes and fell to the floor, but he managed to swiftly recover as only Rey Mysterio can. Scoop slam from Santos to Wesley. Noam Dar in the center of the ring has the path to the title block. Ricochet driving down Wesley. Pete Dunne takes down the Dragunov. Rey Mysterio's gone to the top of the ladder. Good Lord, what is he doing?
Taking down Dunne.
Dunne gets out of the way now. The ring emptying out a bit. A justified "this is awesome" chant as Mysterio, Dunne, and Dar all brawling next to these ladders, throwing each other into him. DDT from Noam Dar as a ladder falls down on Dunne. Noam Dar, exploder suplex to Rey Mysterio. Dar, one for Pete Dunne as well. Ricochet springs back into the ring, and Ricochet grabs onto Noam Dar, scoops him up, drops him. Cedric now, he and Ricochet lock up, and Ricochet, oh my god, Santos might have just saved Cedric's face from that one. Now Santos Escobar wipes out Ilya Dragunov with the ladder. Santos Escobar now setting the ladder up. Out of the ring goes Dragunov. Cedric grabs the ladder, decides it wasn't where he wanted it. He's going to move it. And now Santos throws Pete Dunne out of the ring. There's a chop from Cedric to Ricochet. Cedric Alexander going into the corner. Cedric split leg moonsault to Ricochet. And now Rey Mysterio turns the ladder around. Rey Mysterio and Wesley. Forearm from Wesley. Now Wesley, the long shot to win this whole thing, goes to the top. Rey Mysterio pulls him off the ladder into a drop kick. What a mosh pit this has been as Noam Dar hung up in the ropes. Rey Mysterio looks like he's ready to set up a 619, but instead drop kicks Noam Dar. Mysterio at the top of the ladder.
Mysterio has the title.
Rey's got the title in hand. It's pushed over. Rey Mysterio's dangling. Oh my god, Cedric, what are you doing? Oh, Noam Dar drops Mysterio on the ladder.
And Cedric moved it into place.
And now Santos Escobar tried to scoop up Cedric. Look at that. Noam Dar saves Cedric. Maybe a little bit of still a little bit of respect between the former tag partners there. As now Santos Escobar with Rey Mysterio out of the ring. Noam Dar now sets up the ladder, and Noam Dar. Wesley logging in a submission on Dragunov on the other side of the ring, it looks like. And who's that at the top of the ladder alone? I can't tell from here. I can only see their boots. I believe it's Noam Dar.
It is Dar.
Pete Dunne races to the top of the ladder to meet him there. And now everyone's getting back in to try and stop him. Noam Dar's got the title in hand, but Dunne has got him staggered. And now Wesley joining the mix. Wesley grabs hold of the ladder. Noam Dar's still dangling. Rey Mysterio going up to the top, and Mysterio. Oh my god. Oh my god!
A spear!
And Noam Dar grasping at his ribs. Tells Rey Mysterio you're gonna pay, and Ricochet says stay the hell down. Hits him with a ladder. Ricochet falls
And now Ilya Dragunov finally back in the match.
Dragunov and Mysterio. Talking about an unknown dream match here. And Santos Escobar has his legs swept on the outside. Pete Dunne and Ilya Dragunov. Look at this moment. Staring each other in the eyes. Now, Rey Mysterio. Whoa, knocks back Pete Dunne. Rey Mysterio. Oh, went for the frog splash. Dragunov sent out of the ring by Noam Dar. And now Cedric was going for a Hurricane Rana, but Pete Dunne power bombs him. Now Rey Mysterio. Drop kick to the outside, but he hurts himself in the process. Pete Dunne knocking back Cedric. Santos Escobar stomping away on the outside. Oh my god! I don't even know what you call what Noam Dar just did there.
Now Rey Mysterio setting up some ladders, and so is Ricochet. Old rivals, here we go!
As Rey Mysterio realizes what was going to happen if he stayed on that ladder for too long. With Santos there, Santos was going to get ready to push it over. And now Rey Mysterio is atop the ladder. And everyone coming to try and stop Mysterio. Ricochet thrown out of the ring. Ilya Dragunov with a huge powerbomb to Rey Mysterio. And Wesley, no one's looking at him.
Wesley could steal it.
Wesley, this could be his Zack Ryder WrestleMania 32 moment. But, oh my god, Cedric, what are you doing? Cedric just stopped Rey Mysterio from pushing the ladder over. As Ilya Dragunov with a right hook to Wesley. Noam Dar sends Ricochet face first into the LEDs. Oh! Now Cedric and Mysterio clearing the ladder off. Rey Mysterio, oh my god. We're going to dial Ilya up. It's the ropes, but the ladder was in his way. And so Dragunov gets caught with a kick instead. Ricochet, knee to the face of Pete Dunne. Dragunov, elbow drop to Mysterio. Noam Dar gets Wesley up, and Noam Dar sends Wesley across the ringside area. Dragunov's at the top of the ladder. What is Dragunov doing? Oh my god, a crossbody off the ladder.
And Ricochet's up there. Ricochet's there. He has it. Can he become the two-time champ?
Rey Mysterio and Ricochet atop the ladder now, but everyone's trying to fight these two off. Arguably the heavy favorites to win it. Powerbomb from Cedric. Out of the ring goes
But
Dunne.
Rey Mysterio kicks him away.
Rey Mysterio, he kicked Dragunov away, but I think he knows even if he kicks him away, he'll just be right back a moment later. And now it's Dragunov's moment. Dragunov's at the top of the ladder, and Pete Dunne is on his way to stop him.
Missed each other. Dunne looking to defend it. Here we go. Oh, and Cedric taking the ladder down.
A smart move to go up to the ladder instead of the guys on it, if you ask me. Ricochet, what is he trying to do here?
I would argue the opposite is the only way you can win a match is if the ladder's up in the ring.
That's true, but if there's two guys on it and you can't go up it, make sure they can't either.
I've seen people climb over. Yeah, Kofi. This is a match full of Kofis.
Now, oh! Ricochet setting the ladder back up in the ring, and Ricochet sets the ladder up. Rey Mysterio rolls back to his feet. Rey Mysterio, DDT to Dragunov. Noam Dar's at the top of the ladder, but Santos pulls him down. Rey Mysterio climbs the ladder now, and Rey Mysterio with the title in hand. Mysterio looking to unhook the title. He's working it out, but now he's been knocked off the ladder, so he quickly scrambles back down before he takes a tumble. Oh, Dunne and Dragunov sent headfirst into one another. Head scissor from Mysterio to Dunne. And now Cedric gets picked up by Ricochet, and Ricochet, oh my god, power bombs him to the floor.
And out. Oh wait.
Out went Escobar. Oh my god, Hurricane Rana into the ladder for Dragunov, who now grabs the ladder and starts climbing it. And they're both trying to unhook the title. Dar and Dragunov at the top. Mysterio realized he couldn't do it. Oh my god, Dragunov, what are you doing? Air raid crash off the ladder.
And Mysterio doesn't seize his opportunity. Dragunov gets him.
Drops him on the ladder. Look on the outside there. So many people meeting on the outside of the ring as Dragunov takes down Wesley. And now Rey Mysterio, oh, misses the springboard splash thanks to Dragunov. Here comes Pete Dunne into the ring. Pete Dunne with Rey Mysterio, elbowing him away now, and Pete Dunne elbows him in the ribs. Dragunov scoops up Wesley, and Rey Mysterio looking to dial it up on Pete Dunne, but Dragunov was in the way. Noam Dar slides another ladder into the ring. Pete Dunne's got one. That ladder just goes flying thanks to all these guys. And now, Dragunov with Wesley. Cedric and Ricochet on the outside. Rey Mysterio dumped out of the ring. Whoever can get a good grip on that title next is probably pulling it down with them. Whether they fall off the ladder with it or manage to unhook it at the top. Rey Mysterio with Pete Dunne again. Knocks him into the mosh pit that is the ring right now. Rey Mysterio knocks a ladder to the outside. Looks like he's going to try and bring it back in now as Santos picks up a ladder. Rey Mysterio slides one to Dragunov. Santos hits Dragunov with a ladder. Pete Dunne goes up the ladder. Rey Mysterio and Pete Dunne. Pete Dunne's at the top, ready to jump.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Rey Mysterio. Oh my God, what is he doing? Off the ladder!
That could take the champion out of this equation entirely. Mysterio making a mad dash.
Mysterio's atop of the ladder. Everyone's trying to stop him though, and Mysterio realizes it, so he gets out of there. Santos Escobar throws him out of the ring. Mysterio tries to land on his feet, but slips. And now, Pete Dunne and Cedric. Ricochet and Noam Dar. Drop kick from Pete Dunne. This matchup just gets more intense by the moment.
And everyone's in the ring again.
Right back where we started, but Wes Lee using a ladder as a weapon. Wes Lee, this could be his underdog moment. He's atop the ladder and Pete Dunne pulls him off of it. Says, no you don't. Dragunov's up at the top of the ladder now. Rey Mysterio trying to stop him. Mysterio and Cedric trying to stop Ilya Dragunov. Mysterio pushes him off the ladder. Cedric takes him down. Cedric Alexander grabs onto Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio back to his feet. Sweeps the leg. Now, he does Noam Dar and Ilya Dragunov atop the ladder. Noam Dar. His turn to dive off the ladder. Ricochet's going up. Rey Mysterio's on the top rope. Ricochet's all alone, but Noam Dar trying to stop him now. Pete Dunne. Oh, the ladder falls onto Ricochet. Rey Mysterio thrown out of the ring again. This matchup is pure chaos right now. It's hard to follow any of it.
Back in. Oh, and Dragunov takes a spill out to the ladder as Dar stomps Mysterio.
Pete Dunne looking to break the arm of Ricochet. Santos Escobar. This could be his moment. Rey Mysterio knocks back Cedric. Rey Mysterio throws Cedric into the barricade. Noam Dar with the ladder. Rey Mysterio kicks Noam Dar into the turnbuckles. Now Rey Mysterio grabs the ladder in hand. Swinging it like a madman. Oh, but no, Ilya Dragunov knocks him back. And now, oh my God, Santos Escobar. Oh my God, a knee to the face. Rey Mysterio with a drop kick, but he misses it. And now, Cedric looked like he was going to try and lumbar check Mysterio. Noam Dar taking down Rey Mysterio.
DDT from Dragunov to Dar.
And now Santos trying to get Dragunov back to his feet. Rey Mysterio grabs the ropes. Oh, Noam Dar's going for the ride. Bulldog from Mysterio. And now what is Rey Mysterio? What is anyone thinking at this point? Head scissor to Santos. Everyone knows that... Oh my God, Ricochet misses a moonsault. Everyone knows that the title could come down at any minute at this point.
Oh my God. The next man to get up that ladder, I think, is going to be champion.
I think you might be right, Reyes. Ilya Dragunov wipes out Cedric. Ricochet with a shotgun dropkick to Noam Dar. Pete Dunne went for a German suplex to Rey Mysterio, who head scissors Ricochet. Pete Dunne and Ilya Dragunov now. Dragunov with Dunne suplex. Rey Mysterio went for an elbow, nobody home. Pete Dunne thrown into Noam Dar. Santos Escobar grabs Rey Mysterio and picks him up, and Santos grabs Rey, launches him out of the ring. German suplex from Dragunov to Dunne. Cedric with a ladder shot. And Cedric setting up the ladder. Noam Dar into a knee bar on Pete Dunne. Cedric's atop the ladder. Your hypothesis might be true. Cedric's at the top. Rey Mysterio hops down though. Now he's going back up again, and Rey Mysterio Everyone's going against Cedric right now. Rey Mysterio's got the title in hand. Everyone's trying to stop him. Rey Mysterio!
He got it!
In the chaos, climbed the ladder. Rey Mysterio is Cruiserweight champion for the first time in nearly 20 years.
Rey Mysterio pulls it out at WrestleMania and wins it.
His first LS11 WrestleMania, and Rey Mysterio wins gold. It's his first singles title in the LS11 Universe as well. Your winner and new WWE Cruiserweight Champion, Rey Mysterio.
What a match.
It's really been quite the year for me, hadn't it? I mean, when we look back at everything, where do you even start with this year?
As I see the sunrise, my reflection stare right back to my eyes. A shadow urging to grow in size, to cut loose ends and several ties. See it stretch a cord to hold me back, to remind me of everything that I lack. Forcing it down and fade to black, seeking a road to get me back on track. I walk this road just to get this far. I follow the grove to buy the star. I try to live with my deepest scar. Open this door slightly ajar. Been declining for far too long, uncertain if I can remain this strong. Mixing up what is right or wrong, thinking my life was a like a song.
Seth. We've been through this game before, you and I. You know, I considered making this easy for you. I really thought about it. But then I remembered. I'm the prince. You call yourself the Kingslayer. But when does a Kingslayer become the king himself? You've sat upon a throne for many months, and all this time I've watched on, waiting for my moment to seize your throne. You've become everything that you once sought to destroy. First you were a Messiah, then you were a Kingslayer and Seth. Now, whether you want to admit it or not, you're the king, Seth. And very soon, when the bell tolls at WrestleMania, your head will roll, and the world will once again watch you fail, while I hold the world title over your corpse and begin my reign and my rule as the new world champion. Balor, I told you I was not going to play mind games with you. Then you brought my family into this. You brought my friends into this. You brought my students into this. At WrestleMania, it's the same deal it's been for a year now. I walk in, I stomp your head into the mat, and I burn it down. The world title belongs to me, Seth. At WrestleMania, the night belongs to Fight Factory. Our takeover begins, and you will all simply refer to me as the Shield Breaker.
It is time for our first of our world title matches tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the first match is for the World Heavyweight Championship, and here comes the man who's been making the World Champion's life hell, the Prince, the leader of Fight Factory, Finn Balor. No, he's covered his thighs, you fiend!
What a tragedy. Finn Balor comes in here tonight, leader of the Fight Factory, as you said, one of Seth's true rivals.
The only man Rollins has never been able to beat in LS11 Universe.
And now, tonight, they get to do it at WrestleMania. And these two, last time they met, it was far different circumstances.
It's so weird how things got flipped on their head. Balor was the triumphant, fan-beloved champion, and Rollins was the leader of a villainous faction. My, how the time has changed things. The roles exist, but they are held by different men. Rollins and Balor meet tonight on the grandest stage of them all. Finn Balor looking to become a two-time world champ and the first man to hold the WWE and World Heavyweight Championships in LS11 Universe.
And could become the Night Xander. Could put a stamp on all this.
Finn Balor makes his way to the ring. The Prince set for this matchup tonight. Set to fight for the World Heavyweight title. I believe this is also Finn Balor's first World Heavyweight Championship match of his career. Balor, 2 years ago, walked into the main event of the first LS11 WrestleMania and became the only man to defeat The Fiend in LS11 Universe and become WWE Champion. Balor is one of the best in LS11 Universe. We've recognized him as such for a reason. He is one of the pillars of LS11 Universe in WWE.
Daddy, and now, here comes another pillar. A man who's had quite the story leading up to this moment.
Seth Rollins. The Kingslayer returned a year ago, and now he holds the world title. And he leads the torch that burns the path of Smackdown. You look at Rollins' attire tonight. Last month he said to beat the Superman that is John Cena, he had to become Doomsday. But it seems that now that Rollins has beat the one they once called Superman, Rollins himself has taken that moniker for Friday nights.
And he looks more than ready.
Rollins in a ring. Rollins walking down a path of fire to the ring. Carrying the literal and proverbial torch that is WWE and Friday Night SmackDown. The World Heavyweight Champion is here. Big gold around his waist.
He's more than ready for the battle with Finn Balor.
Seth Rollins steps into the ring. Rollins and Balor set to do battle. This is their first one-on-one match since No Mercy Season 2, which was where Balor beat Rollins in the middle of the ring to retain the WWE title at the time. The World Heavyweight title up for grabs. Despite all of his despicable actions, this crowd still chanting Finn Balor's name.
Finn Balor, Seth Rollins.
What a matchup this is about to be. The challenger from Bray County, Wicklow, Ireland, weighing in at 201 pounds. The leader of the Fight Factory, the Prince, Finn Balor. And his opponent from Davenport, Iowa, weighing in tonight at 238 pounds. He is the World Heavyweight Champion, Seth Rollins. Rollins, the first man to be a two-time champion, two-time world champion in the LS11 Universe. Finn Balor looking to become the first man to have both different WWE world titles in the LS11 Universe. Without any further ado, the referee holds big gold up. And so now, it's time for Rollins and Balor to go head-to-head. Rollins, Balor, WrestleMania, here we go! Wasting no time with one another, Rollins with a hip toss takes down Balor. Now Rollins and Balor kicked in the ribs by Rollins. Seth Rollins grabs him, takes out the arm of Balor. Now Rollins getting him down. Rollins getting Finn back up to his feet, and Seth Rollins kicked in the knee. Getting a little chop, and Finn Balor kicking him again. Balor, knee to the ribs, spinning wheel kick takes down Seth. Balor now working over Rollins, picking him back up to his feet. Rollins, elbow strike to Finn. Now Seth Rollins knocks him back. Seth Rollins with Balor into the corner, forearm strike. Now Seth Rollins going up to the top rope. Rollins perched up high, and Rollins looking for an early Phoenix Splash. Connects to Balor. Seth Rollins with a Phoenix Splash early on, gets Balor back up to his feet. Rollins kicks him in the gut. Everyone else of Balor's Fight Factory has failed tonight. Will Balor follow suit against Rollins? Balor stomped to the chest. Rollins goes down, and Balor puts him down. Balor grabs onto Seth Rollins, getting him back up to his feet. Rollins gets knocked back with a right hand now.
Rollins coming off the ropes. Balor trying to catch him. Rollins avoids. Rollins and Balor lock up again. Balor gets him up, slams him down.
Balor takes him down, slams the arm into the mat as well. Now Finn Balor right hands to the face as Seth Rollins taking him down. Balor down at the top rope. Finn Balor calling Rollins back up to his feet. The Prince on the fly. Went for a missile drop kick. Rollins out of the way. And Rollins with a jab knocks him flat on his back. Rollins gets him back up to his feet. There's a kick, and Seth Rollins knocking him back into the corner. Kicks him, and now Rollins with a right hook. And again, Seth Rollins grabs onto Balor. Rollins with Balor throws him across the ring into the corner. Kicking him. Now Rollins firing with rapid kicks to Finn. Finn is down. Rollins goes across the ring, and Seth Rollins drop kick into the corner. Finn Balor goes down. Rollins gets him back up to his feet. And now Rollins on Balor, pouring it on. Finn with Rollins. Here we go. Seth Rollins is up. Balor suplex to the world champion. Balor gets Rollins now back to his feet, and Finn Balor with a kick. Chopping him back now. Balor DDT to Rollins connects. And Finn Balor gets Rollins back up to his feet, and Rollins gets knocked back by Balor. Balor taking out the knee. Rollins fires back.
Rollins throws Balor off the ropes. They collide. They lock up again. Balor throws him into the corner.
Balor with Rollins in the corner, and Finn Balor. Here we go. Setting up. Shotgun drop kick to Rollins. Now Balor looking to follow it up and pin Rollins the way he's won so many matches. Coup de grace. No. Rollins out of the way. Balor calling a shot from Rollins. Rollins rolls Balor through for the win. Rollins. 1, 2. No. Near fall there for Balor. Rollins with a knee strike. Now Rollins getting him back up to his feet. Seth Rollins went for a chop. Balor grabs onto him, and Finn Balor sling blade. Kick to the head.
A stomp. A kick. Rollins is getting manhandled by Balor here. Balor's punching him in the head. Relentless is Balor.
We're seeing the more vicious side of Finn Balor. And now Balor getting Rollins back up to his feet, and Finn forearm strike into another, and Finn Balor sling blade into a cover on Rollins. 1, no. Balor gets Rollins back up to his feet, and Finn Balor grabs onto Rollins. Finn Balor scoops him up, and Finn slams him into the mat. Finn Balor now has Rollins down. Finn going up to the top. Finn Balor. Coup de grace. No. Rollins out of the way again. Rolls Balor through.
Rollins rolls Balor through. 1. Kick out by Balor.
Balor gets kicked in the face by Rollins now, and now Rollins getting Balor up to his feet. Rollins with a chop, and again, and the Balor spinning wheel kick. Rollins grabs onto him, throws Balor off the ropes. They collide. Balor grabs onto Rollins. And now Seth Rollins thrown into the corner by Balor. Finn Balor grabs onto Rollins, and Finn Balor with Seth Rollins. They're going to go across the ring. Balor, shotgun into the corner. Cover on Rollins. 1, 2, kick out from Seth. over the top rope, and Balor going up high. Rollins is down. Balor, right hand from Rollins, throws him to the floor. Now Rollins with a double axe handle. Seth Rollins getting Finn Balor up to his feet. What is the Kingslayer thinking? He's firing away. Good chop, and Rollins off that Balor hits him with a knee strike. Balor, Pele kick. These two know each other so well by now. Balor, another coup de grace connects for the title.
He could have it, Xander.
1, 2, no! Rollins found a way. He gets the shoulders up. Now Rollins gets picked back up. Balor springs off the ropes. Clothesline. Down goes the champ. Balor, he's having to pull new ideas out to beat Rollins tonight. His kick turns him over, and Finn Balor. Rollins back to his feet. Elbow strike knocks him back. Rollins a kick to the ribs. There's a chop. Rollins another kick. Balor getting knocked back. Rollins with a kick to the ribs, and again Rollins kicks him in the ribs. Seth gets knocked back with a chop. Finn Balor kicks him in the ribs. Balor with Rollins. Kick to the back. And now Balor into a cover. 1, 2, no.
Rollins again kicking out, and Balor is even more incensed by it. Elbow drop from Balor.
Balor with the elbow drop. He's got Seth down. Seth's in trouble. Rollins has not been able to get much offense in. It's been almost...
Seth returns.
Oh, no. Balor went after the knee.
Going after the bad knee and coming him up. Oh, a massive snap suplex. Going up top again. Here we go. Could he be going for it? Coup de grace, but Rollins avoids. Rolling him through once again. Rope break, though.
The rope break saved Balor, and now Rollins. I think that roll through was just to disorient Balor more than anything. He kicks him in the ribs, and Rollins gets the Prince back up on his shoulders. Rollins.
Power bomb on the outside.
And I think I saw Finn quickly trying to move his shoulder when Rollins did that. As Rollins dives.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. Again, off the apron.
High risk means high reward tonight for Rollins. He gets Balor back up to his feet, and Seth Rollins with Finn Balor throws him back in the ring. Rollins now, what's he thinking here? He runs back into the ring. Rollins, drop kick to the face of Balor. Now Seth Rollins is going up the top rope. It's Rollins' turn to fly. Balor looking to shut it down. Throws him off the top. Into a cover now from Balor. 1, 2, no. Rollins able to kick out. Balor's got him down. Balor grabs onto Seth Rollins, and Finn Balor grabs onto him. Throws Rollins into the corner. Balor. No, Rollins countered. And Seth Rollins drop kick attempt. Balor swats him away. Balor with Rollins. Forearm strike. Rollins goes down. There's a stomp to the knee. Balor completely targeting the bad knee of Rollins. Balor grabs onto Seth again, and Balor with Rollins up. Suplex.
And now Rollins. Oh, he stomped on my Balor.
Balor's got him down. Balor up to the middle rope. Rollins rolls out. Rollins
making Balor get off that middle rope there. Oh, the Balor's there to hit him. And Rollins returns.
Rollins now. Springboard. Knee strike. The double axe handle. Balor out of the lane. Balor gets Rollins up. Goes for a kick. Rollins attacks the knee. Rollins returning fire after Balor had attacked his knee a few times. Rollins throws Balor off the turnbuckle. To the corner. Forearm strike. Rollins going to the top rope. Seth Rollins looking to end it. Rollins. Frog splash.
Into the cover.
1, 2. Balor. Balor found a way to kick out, and now Rollins gets on the ribs. Here we go. We haven't seen him do it yet tonight. Curb stomp. 1, 2. No.
Rollins is in shock.
Rollins unable to put down Balor off the first curb stomp. He gets him back up, though. He's picking the Prince back up to his feet. There's a chop. And again, Rollins Knocking back Balor. Finn Balor gets jabbed. Rollins. Another punch now. Seth Rollins. Balor grabs onto him. Balor launches him over the top rope. Out to the floor goes Rollins. Now Finn Balor and Seth Rollins. Balor up to the top rope. Balor. A big splash to the outside from the top.
And now Balor. Give me a little bit of showboating.
Kneels over Rollins. Balor saying, we are done. Rollins is down. Balor grabs onto him. Balor. Forearm smash into the face of Seth Rollins. Balor getting up to his feet. Finn Balor. And Seth Rollins throws him across the ringside area. At the count of 4 now. Balor's got Rollins down. Rollins back to his feet. 5 count. Another game of cat and mouse going on as Balor goes outside the ring. Rollins tries to dive on as he comes back in, but Balor manages to find a way to delay it. Now Finn. Punch to the face of Rollins, who goes down. Balor. Oh my god. Balor.
Balor. Oh my god.
Could be a long shot. I thought he was going to look for the coup de grace. Grabs onto him, turns him around, forearm strike. Now Balor grabs the arm, stomps the arm of Seth Rollins into another cover. Balor, 1. No, a rope break's gonna save the champion again. Rollins grasps the rope, and now Balor getting him up to his feet. Finn Balor, Pele kick. Balor grabs onto Rollins, and Finn Balor with Seth Rollins gets him up. Rollins gets out of the suplex, instead turns it into one of his own. A German suplex to Balor, and Seth Rollins now getting the Prince back to his feet.
Chomps for days and combos from Rollins. Rollins kicks him in the gut. Balor returns. Balor, oh my god. Drop kick to the head.
Drop kick to the head of Rollins, and Finn Balor getting him back up to his feet. Finn with Rollins now. Finn with a sling blade. And a kick to the side of the head. Now Balor going up to the top rope. Finn Balor. Coup de grace, number 3. Good night, Rollins. 1, 2. No! How the hell did Rollins kick out again? Stomp to the arm now from Balor. Rollins staggers back to his feet, kicks him in the ribs. Rollins' turn for a second. Curb stomp. And now Seth Rollins. Rollins with a crazed look in his eye. Throws Balor into the corner. Forearm strike.
Oh my god.
Super curb stomp. And Balor folds like an accordion. 1, 2, 3. Seth Rollins beats Finn Balor. Rollins finally vanquishes the final demon, proverbially in this case, that has haunted his career. So many times it looked like Balor was moments away from being World Heavyweight Champion. But in the end, Seth Rollins with a trifecta of curb stomps throughout the match. And the Kingslayer is your winner. Seth Rollins is still the World Heavyweight Champion.
This Rollins retains.
What a moment for Seth Rollins. World Heavyweight Championship held high at WrestleMania. Something he's wanted to do his whole career is walk in and out of WrestleMania with a title around his waist. And he's finally done so. We got more coming up on WrestleMania.
You know who I am. You know what it is that I do. You know that the goal is simple. Triple H calls himself the Game. The cerebral assassin, he's known for beating guys like me to prove a point. But this time, we're playing my game.
With
Tommaso reminds me a bit of myself. Well, if I'd given up on being the best in the industry. His fire's gone, and at WrestleMania, I'm gonna extinguish what's left of Tommaso Ciampa and get rid of the one man responsible for ruining my plans these last 2 years. Triple H, you had a good run, but at WrestleMania, it's game over.
And now it is time to play the game.
And will anyone survive?
Who knows? Because here comes the man considered by many to be the greatest star in LS11 Universe, Tommaso Ciampa. The only man to win the WWE, or the World Heavyweight, the Intercontinental, the United States, and the Tag Team titles. The only Grand Slam champion in LS11 history. The Season 2 Superstar of the Year. And a man who is in a three-way race for most wins in the career of an LS11 competitor. Tommaso Ciampa tonight also is about to hold the accolade of being the only man to face off with Triple H in LS11 Universe.
He looks so ready. He knows he's been waiting for this for months. He had to he had to survive Brock Lesnar.
He didn't even get the win that night. He just had to survive. And Tommaso Ciampa marches his way to the ring. That crazed look in his eyes. Ciampa, the black heart of LS11 Universe, a man who a year ago shocked the world when he was drafted to from Friday Night SmackDown to Monday Night Raw. The man who for 2 years had been the face of Friday Night SmackDown. Ciampa now tonight, he gets to face off with the man who sent him away, the man who's had it out for him for 2 years now. It's finally about to go down between these two. Tommaso Ciampa makes his way to the ring. Ciampa making his way to the ring. And now it's time to play the game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
One of the greatest competitors in WWE history. One of the men in WWE history with the most amount of world titles to his name. The game. Triple H. In his first ever LS11 Universe match, the game marches down to the ring. The SmackDown General Manager approaching the ring tonight. Look at Triple H. This guy looks jacked. He got ready for his first ever LS11 match, and he made sure to do it in style. And I've only just noticed the referee is wearing a SmackDown shirt. Triple H has made sure that it's one of his guys counting the 3 tonight.
Triple H and has been on a campaign these last few months to reshape WWE in his image. And not like Paul's, Triple H's image. Not Paul's image.
The game is here. It's time to play. Ciampa looks ready for this. It's a battle of teacher and student, protege and mentor. Triple H says, I brought you into the WWE and I'm gonna take you out. It's all about the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see how they play it.
This crowd firmly behind Ciampa here tonight. Look at this face-off, years in the making. And Triple H went for a clothesline. Ciampa ducked it. Ciampa with a right hook. Now Ciampa, no. Trips with a right hook now, and Triple H firing away on Ciampa. Now Triple H with a shot to Ciampa, and Ciampa circling him. Triple H gets caught. Ciampa with a kick to the ribs, and Ciampa turns him around. Facebuster of the game. And to recover now, Ciampa's got him down. One, no. Triple H kicks out. And now Tommaso, neck breaker. Triple H gets back to his feet. There's a kick from Ciampa. And Triple H with a right hook. Triple H firing back on Ciampa. There's a chop, and Triple H decks him with a right hook. Ciampa goes down.
Triple H throws him into the ropes.
The ropes now. Knee to the face from Hunter. And now Triple H went to grab him from behind. Ciampa countered. Counter for counter with these two. Triple H, gets thrown into his own referee. Ciampa, German suplex. Tommaso Ciampa now grabs Triple H, kicking him in the back of the head. Ciampa punishing the game right now, telling him to bring it. And now Triple H says, you want me? You got me. Grabs Ciampa, and Triple H throws Ciampa off the ropes. Knee to the face again. Chop block from Triple H. Now Triple H with Tommaso Ciampa. Triple H grabs him, and look at this, Triple H. Oh my God!
Oh my God!
How many hours in the gym do you think it took for him to get this prepared?
He hasn't been skipping Pilates.
Triple H with a submission in on Ciampa. The core strength that takes to hold a submission in like that. And now Ciampa. The game with a right hook. Ciampa slaps him though, and Ciampa. Here's the thing, Triple H has not wrestled in years. Ciampa's been doing this week in and week out. For pretty much over 2 decades almost. And Triple H right hook to Ciampa. Throws him off the top. And now Triple H dusts off his boots, saying he's done with Ciampa. And now Ciampa
throws him outside of the ring.
That might be a precarious way to put Triple H. And now Triple H gets picked back up by Ciampa. And Triple H and Ciampa, there's no counters and no disqualifications in this one. That was part of the agreement between these two for this match to happen. And now Ciampa grabs onto Triple H, bends the arm back, and Ciampa stomps the arm of the game. And Ciampa does so again. Triple H goes down. Ciampa gets Triple H back to his feet, kicks him in the ribs. Ciampa, a right hook. Triple H countered the game with Ciampa into the barricade.
This match arguably has been building for over a year because it was Triple H who made the plan that would cost Ciampa the main event of WrestleMania last year, as Triple H is a spine buster on the outside.
Triple H with a huge spine buster. Now Triple H. Oh my God, Ciampa head first off the ring post. Grabs him up again, does Triple H, and now Triple H with Ciampa. Into the ring he goes, and the game going back up on the apron, and Triple H back in the ring now. Hunter gets him back up to his feet, and Triple H with a chop. Ciampa grabs him.
Oh, Ciampa! Face buster again!
And Ciampa's got him down. Ciampa stomps the arm of Triple H. And also Ciampa bends the arm back, and Ciampa stomps the arm again. Ciampa rolls him over, kicks him in the back. Tommaso grabs Triple H, kicks him again. Tommaso Ciampa going up to the top rope, and Tommaso Ciampa knee across the head of Triple H. And Ciampa now grabs onto the game, dragging him away from the ropes. Tommaso with Triple H, cover. Ciampa, one, no, Triple H kicks out. And now Ciampa goes into the corner. Triple H fires back. Ciampa, oh, here we go. Fairy tale, no. Clothesline from Triple H. Ciampa back to his feet, Kicks him in the ribs, and now Ciampa. He gets Triple H up. Project Ciampa! And goes after the lungs now.
Triple H can barely breathe.
Stomps the arm now, does Ciampa into a cover. 1. The game kicks out again. Triple H knows the game. He knows how to play. He picks Ciampa back up to his feet, and Ciampa gets the game up. Ciampa drives him into the floor, or into the mat. Now Ciampa, oh, here we go. Ciampa looking for the knee. Gets him in the side of the head with a knee strike. Symbolic given who Triple H picked at a DIY. 2. The game. Triple H kicks out. And now Ciampa, a knee to the side of the head of Triple H. And knees in the side again. Ciampa stomps the arm of Triple H again. And now Ciampa, what's he got in mind? Oh my God, Ciampa's looking to fly. Ciampa went for an elbow. Triple H out of the way. Now Triple H, there's the knee to the face. He grabs Ciampa, launches him off the ropes, and Triple H, another one. Chop block. Takes down Ciampa now, and Triple H. Knee to the skull of Ciampa. Takes him down now, does Triple H. Ciampa getting back to his feet, and Ciampa has him down. Ciampa punching the head of Triple H repeatedly and kicks him in the ribs. Ciampa goes back down, punching Triple H again. And a kick. And now Ciampa's got Triple H down. Ciampa with another kick. Ciampa thing here. He grabs Triple H and slams him into the mat.
Oh, he goes to kick him. Triple H catches the foot, trips him up.
Triple H trips the leg. Oh, Ciampa! Small package! 1, 2, no! Triple H kicks out, and Ciampa thought he would be able to pull a fast one on Triple H, and now Triple H is going to return favor. 1, 2, Ciampa kicks out. And now Ciampa getting knocked back. Triple H and Ciampa. Ciampa throws him over the top. Out to the floor goes Triple H. Triple H using the steps to get himself back up. Triple H, what's he thinking here? Oh, he grabs hold of Ciampa on the outside. Into the barricade again. I think Triple H wanted to go to that side. That's why they call him the Cerebral Assassin. Now Triple H. Oh no! The King has his hammer.
Oh my God.
Sledgehammer to Ciampa. And into the knee. That's the knee Ciampa has to wear a knee brace on, and Triple H. Pedigree. 1, 2. Oh my God.
And Triple H is yelling at his referee,
saying, I paid you to count tonight. You're going to count the damn 3. And the wounded King grabs his hammer. Oh, but Ciampa smacks it out of his hand, and Ciampa. Right hand to Triple H. Tommaso Ciampa answers back. Ciampa throws him across the ring. And now Ciampa with the game. Ciampa grabs Triple H back up to his feet, and Ciampa kicks him in the ribs. Ciampa! Fairy tale ending!
into the cover.
1, 2, no!
Triple H and Ciampa have done so much to one another in this match.
Ciampa gets him up again for another Project Ciampa to the game. Into the cover again. 1, 2, no! Triple H kicks out of Project Ciampa. Oh, and wait a minute. Look what Tommaso's found under his feet. Ciampa lifts the hammer of the King. Ciampa says, "This is my moment." No!
Triple H sucking him in. Ciampa rolls out.
And Triple H landed on his quad on the sledgehammer. Who's the cerebral assassin now, Hunter?
Oh my God.
Moment! Ciampa with the sledgehammer to the game. Into a fairy tale ending on the sledgehammer. 1, 2, 3. Ciampa beats Triple H in his own game. Tommaso Ciampa just pinned Triple H. The Game and the Psycho Killer, the Cerebral Assassin and the Blackheart. What a battle, what a war we just witnessed. In the end, your winner, finally getting a win at WrestleMania, Tommaso Ciampa. We're coming up on our final matches of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Ciampa with a win. Raw Women's title up next. This young woman here, Rhea Ripley, she is an absolute star of the future. She is someone you've got to keep your eye on. She's been dominating NXT for so long. It's only a matter of time before she goes to Raw or SmackDown and becomes the women's champion. Ripley with the boot to Rousey. Rhea Ripley is Raw Women's Champion.
What is the point of this fight? All this fucking effort that I put into life, it seems no matter what I do, I have to fight. I have there's a reason and I never start believing the voices in my mind. Is there really any point at all to all this pain I feel every single day? What is wrong with me? Why can't I believe in myself at all? Stuck inside this vicious cycle day to day. There's gotta be more to this life that I'm living, but nothing's so giving. Trying to figure out my life while I'm fighting inside. Could it be that I was meant to survive? Could it be that I will never find my place in this world? But I will go on. No matter how I feel, I'll stay strong. Free me from this chains around my neck of this soul sin. Someone's always told that I would amount to nothing, but here I am still living, living, thinking it's something. Who the fuck are you to tell me anything?
We are living through the most historic reign in LS11 Universe. We live in the reign of Ripley.
So here we go after 477 days of dominance. It's time for the Raw Women's title to go on the line at WrestleMania. Here comes the woman who won the Royal Rumble earlier this season, Raquel Gonzalez.
She tore through the thing.
She came out number 30 and cleaned house to win the Rumble, and she knew she didn't even need a minute to think about who she was going to challenge. She went back. I'm told she went backstage. She found Mick Foley and she said, "Make the match, Mick." And from there, the match was set. Raquel versus Rhea for WrestleMania. All Rhea had to do was survive through the Elimination Chamber, and then the following months, madness ensued on Monday nights. Raquel Gonzalez makes her way to the ring, looking to win her first championship in LS11 Universe. Raquel is the only person to have pinned Rhea Ripley in 18 months. But Raquel went and injured this woman 2 months ago, taking her out of the Elimination Chamber, costing her a guaranteed title match. Thus, Raw General Manager Mick Foley decided, you want to take her out of her title match? she gets your title match. And Io Shirai, the woman who took Rhea Ripley to the limit, had the closest 2.9 count we've ever seen on Ripley at the Royal Rumble.
And the underdog for sure, though, going into this one.
Absolutely.
But Rhea is in some real trouble with these two women.
We've been seeing the sanity of Rhea Ripley slowly decline over the last few months of her title reign as she's gotten closer and closer to losing it. Rhea Ripley has been not acting herself. She's been attacking people from behind. She's been doing things that she would never do before, attacking people after the match, being nice to me backstage. Rhea Ripley is a different person right now.
It's horrifying.
Absolutely. I don't like her when she's nice. Now here she comes, the woman who has been Raw Women's Champion for 477 days. The Nightmare, Rhea
Ripley.
making her way to the ring. Her hair is black now.
And she's torn this whole division apart for almost 500 days.
Ripley with the Raw Women's title around her waist, a whole new attitude these last few months. Rhea Ripley looking to bring the brutality to WrestleMania. As Rhea Ripley makes her way to the ring, 477 days of dominance. She's defended in multi-woman matches before, but never won like this. She has beat everyone there is to beat. And now tonight, it all goes down again.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen, the Raw Women's Champion.
Brutality has come to WrestleMania. Rhea Ripley set to battle Raquel Gonzalez and Io Shirai. It's about to go down. This is going to be intense.
It's going to be quite a matchup, ladies and gentlemen.
This is what they fight for, a title that has not left Rhea Ripley's waist in nearly 500 days. She is challenged by Io Shirai and Raquel Gonzalez. Is it all about to come to an end here for Rhea Ripley? Or will she pull through like she has many times in the past and dominate her way to a victory?
Here we go.
Well, she goes right after Raquel. Now she and Io Shirai teaming up for a moment. Look at the size of Raquel Gonzalez. She's got a severe size advantage over both women, but Rhea immediately taking down Io Shirai with a boot. Now Rhea Ripley getting Io Shirai back up to her feet. Rhea grabs onto Io. Rhea throws Io Shirai across the ring, spears her into the corner. And now Io Shirai gets caught, or no, Rhea Ripley gets caught into a slam by Raquel. It's going to be a real game of give and take between these three tonight. And Raquel Gonzalez launches Io.
And now Raquel has Rhea again.
It's the match we thought we were going to see. Rhea Ripley getting thrown towards the corner. Raquel throws her into the corner. And now Raquel and Io meet in the center of the ring. And Raquel drives her into the mat. Rhea Ripley runs at her for a clothesline. As now Raquel throws Rhea off the ropes. The champ grabs the ropes though. And now Raquel with Rhea Ripley.
Oh, lifting her up and throwing her down. And Ripley now introducing the boot.
Stomping her repeatedly in the chest.
And now Ripley has Io up. Keeping her there for a while. All the blood rushing to Io Shirai's head. Down she goes.
Big suplex there from Rhea to Io Shirai as Raquel launches Rhea across the ring. Now Raquel Gonzalez getting knocked back, forearm strike from Io Shirai. And again, Raquel answers back with a forearm. And now Raquel Gonzalez punches her in the back. Io Shirai goes down and Raquel Gonzalez pushes her way into a clothesline. And now Raquel gets Io up and Raquel clotheslines her again. Io Shirai Being picked back up for a third. Clothesline. And now Rhea Ripley reaches for Raquel. Standing over the prone body of Io Shirai. Raquel Gonzalez gets Rhea up to her feet. And Raquel, whoa, I think she was going to try and throw Rhea out to the floor. And now Raquel knocking back Rhea Ripley. Raquel, oh my god. Choke slams her onto Io Shirai's arm.
Yeah. Oh, Ripley through the ring. And Xander, interesting fact here, if either Raquel or Io manage to win the title tonight, this will be the weekend. This weekend, nearly every single women's title will have changed hands.
Oh my goodness. You're absolutely right. As now, Rhea Ripley gets punched in the back by Io Shirai. Raquel Gonzalez just watching the madness at the moment. Io Shirai with a knee strike, and Io Shirai, look at this. She can do this for as long as she wants. She could do this until Ripley taps if she wanted to. There's no countouts, no rope breaks.
No disqualification.
Rhea with a clothesline to both women. Rhea, spear to Raquel Gonzalez. She doesn't see that Io Shirai's back up, and Io's there to save it. Io Shirai. Rhea Ripley's laser focused on Raquel Gonzalez, but Io Shirai, double underhook German, takes her down. Rhea falls to the floor.
And she could end up paying for that if she's too focused in on Raquel.
Moonsault didn't get all of it though.
And now, oh wait. Oh, Raquel getting hit by Io. Io is in control of the match. And Rhea Ripley is on the outside as Raquel gets hammered away. And now, ooh, return fire.
Rhea takes down Io Shirai. And these are not two people you want on the same page. There was a brief moment earlier this season where Raquel and Rhea were on the same page. But then because of Rhea, Raquel Gonzalez got taken out with an injury in a tag team match where Raquel had agreed to work alongside Rhea. Raquel suffered for being aligned with Rhea Ripley, and Raquel has not forgiven her since. As Io Shirai throws Rhea out of the ring. Rhea Ripley goes down. Raquel Gonzalez gets knocked back, and Io Shirai takes out the arm. Raquel back to her feet. Io Shirai, German suplex. Cover. 1, 2. Oh my god!
So close! And Rhea's sprinting in.
Rhea nearly lost the title without being pinned.
And she's fully aware.
She takes down Io Shirai. And she says, you want to do this to me? You want to take my title without me being pinned? You're going to have to kill me to take this title.
I think Rhea... Oh! Knees to the stomach.
Oh, and now Raquel gets her up. Io counters into a DDT. Rhea went for the boot. There it is. Big boot to Io.
And she's telling the ref to count, please.
2. No!
Oh.
Rhea nearly secured her way to 500 days. Leg drop attempt. Io out of the way. Now Io Shirai gets Rhea back up to her feet. And Io Shirai grabs onto Rhea Ripley. Io Shirai throws her into the corner. Io with Rhea Ripley scoops her up to the top. Io Shirai. Oh my god, she did this at the Royal Rumble as well. Right hook to Rhea. Io Shirai to the top. Raquel's right behind her though. For the Spanish Fly.
Right off the top rope.
And now Raquel grabs Io. Raquel Gonzalez. Snapmare takes her down. Hits the ropes. Boots Io Shirai in the face. And now Raquel grabs Io Shirai, swinging her around. Drops her.
Rhea made a huge mistake.
1. No. Kick out.
When she was pushed so far at the Rumble, I think Rhea made up in her head that Io was just getting lucky that night.
And then she saw the women she had to face inside the chamber, and she realized, oh my goodness, it could be over. As there's a knee strike from Io to Raquel. And Rhea, oh come on Rhea, we've already had this happen a handful of times tonight. This is our 3rd announce table. Io Shirai looks like she might be going for the moonsault. Went for it. Raquel gets taken down by Rhea. As does Io. And Rhea Ripley now grabs Io Shirai.
Rhea, as I said, realizing she should have considered Shirai much more of a threat in this match.
She launches Shirai out of the ring, and now she grabs Raquel. Rhea with a clothesline to Raquel. Gets her back up into another. And Rhea Ripley into a third clothesline.
And Raquel and Rhea. They're going at it still. What's Shirai? Shirai's got a chair.
It's all legal. It's all completely legal for Io Shirai as Rhea Ripley knee to the jaw of Raquel. Oh my God! Io Shirai with a chair off the face of Rhea Ripley.
And Xander, for a smaller woman like Io Shirai, that little chair is called the Equalizer.
It absolutely is as Raquel takes her down though. Raquel gets Io up, throws her onto the chair. Oh my God, Raquel. Raquel!
If Ripley wants to retain the title, she needs to get back in the ring right now.
You're gonna have to wake up, Rhea! The choke bomb on the chair! Stacks her up!
And Ripley get in the ring!
2!
No!
She makes the last second save. Raquel.
Ripley was 0.1 seconds away from losing the Raw Women's Championship.
And now Rhea has snapped. She grabs Raquel. Rhea throws Raquel into the announce table. Oh my God, Rhea, what are you doing? What are you doing?
She's taking Gonzalez out.
With Riptide!
Through the table!
Wait a minute. Io Shirai!
And Raquel's retreated to the timekeeper's area.
She has. I was going to say she's rolled over the timekeepers. Io Shirai throws Rhea back in. Io
only has one chance to do this.
But Rhea, grasping at her waist, gets back up, avoids the moonsault. Hurricane Rana, though. Io Shirai, 1, no. Rhea Ripley kicked out. And now Shirai went for a standing moonsault. Rhea out of the way.
And now we're back where we were. Oh!
What a super kick.
2 months ago at the Rumble.
Rhea Ripley throws Io Shirai out of the corner, into the corner. Spear attempt, no! Io Shirai finds the counter, and Io Shirai having to fight back from underneath now. Knocks Rhea Ripley into the corner.
Off the ropes.
Slides through, pops up. Hurricane Rana. Goes up to the top now, Io Shirai. Here we go, the genius of the sky.
She's gonna hit it.
No! Missed the moonsault. Rhea runs into her. And now Rhea clotheslines her. Rhea Ripley effectively, as Raquel is still out in the timekeeper's area, Rhea Ripley for the time being has made it a one-on-one encounter with herself and Io Shirai. As now Rhea Ripley's got her up, and Rhea with a suplex to Io Shirai. Rhea Ripley now getting her back up to her feet. Rhea with Io Shirai back to her feet. Right hand, no. Shirai counters. Shirai with a clothesline. Into another. Io ducks into the clothesline. Super kick.
Now Io
coming off the ropes. Io Shirai goes over the top rope. Io goes to the apron. Io Shirai decides to get back in. She's trying to figure out what the hell to do about Rhea Ripley here. She goes up to the top. Io. Oh, went for the insane elbow. A shout out to Kyrie. Clothesline from Rhea.
And now Rhea needs to try to get control back of this match. Oh, Raquel Gonzalez has not moved.
No, she is not. Rhea Ripley stomps the back of Io Shirai. Shirai is out of it. Rhea Ripley might be cracking her spine here. For a kick. And oh, Io rolls her through. Stomps the chest of Rhea. Io Shirai's got her down. Standing moonsault on the mat. And now Io Shirai. Knees to the chest. Shirai staying on top of the nightmare. Rhea punches her in the back again. And now Rhea Ripley gets her back to her feet. Rhea kicks her in the ribs. Oh my God, Rhea, what are you doing? Rhea's got her up, and Rhea Ripley carrying her around in a powerbomb position. Drops her. And now Rhea Ripley getting her back up to her feet, and Rhea kicks her in the ribs. Here we go with Riptide. Locks the legs around Io's. 1, 2, no! And now Rhea Ripley.
That choke slam onto the chair, and now that Riptide.
Rhea, oh my God, here we go. Big boot, no! Shirai went for a chop block. Rhea dodged it. Shirai rolls her through. Stomps the chest. Io Shirai. For an elbow. Rhea out of the way, though. Rhea Ripley. Kick to the ribs. Shirai. Double underhook. Lifts her up. Drives her into the mat. Now, Io Shirai. She's got her right where she wants her. Io goes to the top.
And she knows it.
Io Shirai. Moonsault. 1, 2, no! Rhea Ripley manages to kick out. And now Io Shirai, knee to the jaw. Could have just broken Rhea's jaw with that one. Io Shirai now grabs Rhea, dragging her away from the rope. Dragging her towards the ropes, in fact, dragging her in place with a moonsault. She's back up. Wait a minute, there's Raquel. Io dives onto Raquel. And now Io, this is your moment, Io. Get back in there. Oh no, big boot.
Big boot.
She's gonna
1,
retain.
2, no!
How the hell did she kick out?
Raquel's eyes just look like no.
And now Rhea, I think Rhea realizes it. I think everyone realizes it. As she's taken down, Koji clutch. Koji clutch.
The Koji clutch is in on Shirai, in on her.
And Rhea's screaming, Raquel, wake up. Raquel, wake up. Rhea knows she might have to tap.
There is no rope brace and triple threat, Xander.
Elbow to the jaw from Rhea. And now Rhea Ripley. Desperation play. Grabs Shirai. Shirai fights back though. Rhea kicks her in the ribs. Rhea Ripley looking to lift her up for a powerbomb. Io Shirai. Oh my god, Shirai punches her way out of the powerbomb. Io rolls Ripley through. Stomp to the chest. Io.
And it's perfect position. Raquel isn't moving.
With the moonsault. 1, 2. It's over.
She got her.
477 days. The historic reign of Rhea Ripley comes to an end.
What a match.
That final moment, it looked like Rhea. You can see the look on Rhea's face. She laughed. She said, I've got it. But then that final moonsault. Rhea Ripley's eyes glazed over. Rhea Ripley has been defeated. Your winner. Io Shirai hasn't even grabbed the championship yet. She's so hyped by the fact she just became the first person to pin Rhea Ripley in a singles match in over 500 days. Your winner and new Raw Women's Champion, Io Shirai. And Rhea Ripley's just rolled out here the remains of our announce table, and I have never seen such a look of heartbreak on someone's face.
What a turn of events here.
It's now about, we talked about the legacy of Rhea Ripley's title reign. It's now about the legacy of John Cena. As here comes the Archer of Infamy, Damian Priest. Priest wearing white tonight. He's looking to, in his own words, cleanse WWE of John Cena.
The cleansing fires that Damian Priest wants to bring.
Priest making his way to the ring. Damian Priest feels that John Cena shouldn't be here anymore. That after 20 years, it's time for Cena to go home and let guys like him take over. Damian Priest makes his way to the ring.
And tonight, if he can do this, if he can retire John Cena, that will be a major step forward for him. He has been on the cusp he has been on the cusp of getting to that world championship for so long. He's had matches for it. He's been so close. And if he can retire John Cena, he will be on a short list.
I absolutely agree with you, as now, here he comes. Quite arguably the greatest of all time in the WWE. The man who preaches the moniker of hustle, loyalty, and respect. He is a former 16-time world champion. He makes his way to the ring for his third consecutive WrestleMania, and his name is John Cena.
The matches Cena's had here, man. Cena, I remember our very first WrestleMania, Xander, remote recorded.
I remember. He walked into a World Heavyweight title match with Drew McIntyre, looked for the big number 17. 2 years ago, Cena came up short for the first time. John Cena has never won at an LS11 WrestleMania, but he's been on a career resurgence this year. Cena has been pinned 3 times in the last year, and that is it. And the 3 men to defeat him were the 2 men to defeat him across those 3 matches were Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes.
And now we get to this match against Damian Priest, possibly Cena's last ever time stepping between these ropes.
We already saw a legend retire last night in Chris Jericho. It could be the verge of the double end. Cena and Jericho could go out in the span of 24 hours. John Cena is here. The franchise meets the Archer. Cena's got to fight like he's never fought before.
Here we go.
It's on. Priest grabs Cena and Priest immediately scoops him up. Priest drops him with snake eyes. Priest, oh my god. Springboard attempted a moonsault in the first second of the match. Now Cena hits the ropes. Priest takes him down. And now Damian Priest. Cena tries to fight back, but Priest shutting him down again. Priest puts Cena in the ropes, and Damian Priest with Cena off the ropes. Priest body checks Cena. And now Priest knows Cena kicks out. Damian Priest he's got Cena right where he wants him right now. Damian Priest with John Cena up, suplexes him.
Now Cena, oh!
Cena kicks him in the head. John Cena back to his feet. Cena grabs onto Damian Priest, throws him into the referee. Oh my god, Damian Priest scoops Cena out of the air. That was Cena's first offensive move the whole match, and Priest shut it down.
Priest. That's his whole goal right now.
He's trying to embarrass John Cena. He's not even trying to retire him. He's trying to embarrass him. Cena got out of the way of the elbow. And now Cena looking to turn it around with a clothesline. Here we go. Cena taking him down. Priest and Cena. Crossbody from John Cena. And now Cena getting Priest back up to his feet. John Cena looking for a jab. Priest with a knee to the ribs. And now Damian Priest with Cena. Pulls him in. Scoops him up. Throws him down. John Cena is down. Damian Priest. No. Cena sweeps the leg. And now John Cena. Elbow across the head of Damian. John Cena's got him down. Cena drops the fist. John Cena now double axe handle the back of Damian Priest. Priest is down. Cena getting him back up to his feet. John Cena with Damian Priest for a jab. And again, Cena knocks him back, and John Cena with Damian Priest into the corner. Cena grabs onto Priest. Elbow strike. And again. John's got him down. John Cena. Elbow across the chest. Cena's finally turning things around for himself here. And now John Cena getting Damian Priest up to his feet. Cena. No, a forearm from Damian Priest. Now Priest gets Cena up. Cena. Knee to the nose of Damian Priest. And now John Cena. Whoa. Gets kicked by Priest. Damian Priest right hand to the back of Cena. Throws him into the corner. Priest with Cena. Kicks him in the ribs. And again. Damian Priest kicks John Cena repeatedly. And Cena kicks him in the chest. Cena knocks Damian Priest back. Cena ducks the attempted boot. There's a jab from Cena. Here we go. Shoulder block.
And another.
Shoulder block. You know what comes next? Back. Bunny drop. You know what's next, right, Ray?
Here we go.
You know what Cena's going to say here? You can't see me. How about a little 5? Knuckle. Shuffle. No. Priest knocking him back. And now Damian Priest with Cena throws him at the ropes. Cena gets back to his feet though, and Cena takes out the legs of Damian Priest. John Cena's got him down. Cena rolls Damian Priest through. Cena into a cover. 1, 2. Damian Priest kicks out. And now John Cena. Right hand to Priest. And again, Cena. And another jab. Cena knocking back Damian. Damian.
Oh, Priest returns again.
Oh, no. Priest looking to end it. Went for Razor's Edge. Cena with a back body drop. And now John Cena to defend his career. Into Attitude Adjustment. 1, 2. No! Priest kicked out. Cena getting Damian Priest back up to his feet. Cena with a jab, and again, John Cena firing back on Damian Priest. Cena grabs onto him, and Cena throws Priest off the ropes, ducks him, hits the ropes. Huge clothesline.
Cat turning Priest inside out.
And now Priest gets caught. No! Cena gets out of the Priest gets out of the way of the elbow. And now Priest scoops Cena up on his shoulders, and Priest stun gun to Cena. John Cena's down. Priest. 1. No! Cena gets the shoulders up. Now Damian Priest with John Cena gets him up. Priest suplexes Cena. Now Damian Priest grabs onto Cena, pulling back on the arm.
And just continuously pulling him down. And ooh, a springboard leg drop.
Got Cena right across the neck on that one. Priest looking to end the career of John Cena. Gets him up. Razor's Edge.
Here we go. Hook of the leg to cover Cena's career on the line. 2. No!
Cena kicks out at 2 as he's known to do.
Priest with that powerbomb and that cover said, "Have you had enough?" And Cena responded with, "I can do this all day."
And now John Cena gets picked back up. Priest looking for South of Haven. 1, 2, no! And now Cena's down again. Priest, one more time to end John Cena's career. Cena with a kick to the ribs. Cena! Dun, dun, dun. Attitude adjustment! You know what happens next.
2, 3.
Cena wins!
Low!
The career stays. John Cena is here for at least another 9 months. If he doesn't win a world title by Survivor Series, then he retires.
John Cena staying one more time, showing that he has what it takes.
Huge victory. Cena breaks his WrestleMania streak. John Cena is here to stay, and you know his next stop is world title number 17. This crowd happy to see that Cena's not going anywhere, but if you'll, oh, excuse me, I've been given the opportunity. I have a very special guest to introduce in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for coming out to the third ever LS11 WrestleMania. I just wanted to take one more moment here, just a few minutes before the main event starts, before we roll the final video package of the night for Roman Reigns and AJ Styles. I just wanted to thank you all for coming to the third ever LS11 WrestleMania. Just so far tonight, I'd say this has been the best one, just from my own perspective. I promise this is the last time you're going to see me tonight. You'll hear my voice for the main event, but I promise I will not be appearing on the screen anymore. Neither will my colleague Ray Wood. But I felt that tonight we owed you all a big announcement. And that is that in 1 year, actually, I think there's someone a bit more qualified to announce this than me. Let's get him out here.
Who's coming? Oh! Oh my God! He's here, ladies and gentlemen. The Brahma Bull. The most electrifying man in all of entertainment. The Rock. We just got done see him when they were seeing his old friend The Rock come out here tonight. Xander's in disbelief. Everyone here is in disbelief. His cousin's about to main event WrestleMania, and he's coming out here. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. It is deafening in here. It's The Rock. The Great One. a former world champion, multiple-time world champion, Royal Rumble winner, Intercontinental champion, European champion. If this standard, there is a Mount Rushmore of wrestling, this man sits on it. The Rock is finally here once again for all of us. Last year we got Stone Cold. This year we get The Rock. Well, think about after all we've seen at WrestleMania thus far, we get one last message from The Rock. And what's he gonna say? What's he gonna do?
Finally, The Rock has come back to LS11 Universe. And The Rock is so proud to be here in front of the millions and millions of LS11 fans. The Rock has been given the privilege of making a special announcement tonight, and that announcement is that on August 5th, 2023, LS11 Universe will be live in Hollywood for WrestleMania Season 4. The stars are going to be out that night, and I'm not talking about TV show hosts and YouTubers like we've seen tonight. The Rock means the stars of the WWE. The Kingslayer Seth Rollins, the phenomenal AJ Styles, the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes, even The Rock's little cousin, Roman, who's done a great job as the head of the wrestling table in our family, but we all know who the real chief is. The Rock moves on because The Rock is here to say that if the LS11 Universe will have me, The Rock would love to be at WrestleMania next year, whether that be as the host or maybe even somewhere else.
Can I say it this year?
Sure.
This is a crock of horse shit.
We have the newly WWE Hardcore Champion,
Logan Paul, who jumped the barricade earlier tonight and pinned me for the Hardcore title.
Oh, and he has his little backstage pass. Isn't that cute?
Oh no, that is a $6 million Pokemon card, it would appear. Jackass. Logan Paul, for some reason, thinks that when The Rock announces WrestleMania Hollywood for next year, that he's the first person everyone should think of. As the Hardcore Champion making his way to the ring, Logan, I had a bucket list for this season, and Logan Paul being at WrestleMania was not on it.
I'm just gonna say, when I think of people who in the Hollywood space who love wrestling, who should be involved in WrestleMania, goes Hollywood. Logan Paul is not the first person to come to mind.
Logan Paul's here.
Hiya, Rocky. You talk about stars, but you've forgotten someone. Because we don't need you at WrestleMania next year, because we've got a real star. Someone who brings actual star power to the WWE. Someone who, tonight alone, has won more titles than you have in nearly a decade. So, go on back to Hollywood, make some more shitty Netflix movies. I'll be here holding it down as the new star. I'm sorry, son, you say that you're a star, but The Rock doesn't even know your name. Oh, come on. You're gonna act like you don't know who I am. Everyone in this arena knows who I am. I am It doesn't matter what your name is. You swagger down here to the ring in a little homemade jacket that Mommy made while she was stitching your name into your underwear. You got a Pikachu coat around your neck worth more than the Miz's entire house. And a little outfit that I'm pretty sure you pulled out of the Target discount section. You come into a place out of your league, jabroni. You come face to face with the jabroni beating, pie eating, trail blazing, eyebrow raising, Pikachu defeating, Logan Paul ass beating, the real tribal chief is here. An Uso super kick is near. If you smell what the Rock is cooking. Whoa, hold on a second. There's Jey Uso. Right hook to Logan Paul, super kick. And now Rock. Rock and Jay, cousins, united. Rock bottom. And now Rock looking to set Logan Paul up for the most electrifying move
In all of entertainment, the People's Elbow.
Thanks, Big Chief.
Oh, you heard that? Jey Uso just acknowledged The Rock as the head of the table. And he nails a splash on Logan Paul. And with the assistance of The Rock, Jey Uso in the final moments before the main event, with assistance from The Rock, he wins the hardcore title. What a transition these last 2 weeks have been. He lost his brother who walked away. He was disowned by Roman Reigns. And now Jey Uso has won gold at WrestleMania. What do you know? It was all leading somewhere.
The new hardcore champion, Jey Uso.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's all come down to what we see next. The main event, AJ Styles and Roman Reigns, is moments away as Jey Uso holds the hardcore title high for the night. Let's get on with the main event.
2 years ago, I walked into NXT and all I heard was AJ Styles is too good for NXT. AJ Styles should go back to Raw. Why isn't AJ Styles champion if he's in the minor leagues? Well, I've heard it all before. AJ's too good for TNA. AJ needs to go to WWE. AJ should be champion if he's in the minor leagues. Well, both times I showed where I belonged, and both times I climbed the ranks to become champion. Now, here I am back on Raw. I gave the fight of my life at the Royal Rumble. Coming in at number 1, I won the whole damn thing. WrestleMania, I get my chance to main event the show for the first time. I get a chance to dethrone Roman Reigns, and I will be WWE Champion. Time for talking's done. I told AJ all I care to tell him. There's a little fish and a great big ocean. And that ocean, this ring, this championship, this show, they belong to me. When the night ends at WrestleMania, no one's gonna recognize AJ Styles. I'm gonna smash him to bits. I'm gonna rip him to shreds, and then he and everyone else will acknowledge me again. At the end of the night, all anyone's going to remember of Roman's title reign is that the ending was simply phenomenal. This is it. The main event of WrestleMania.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And we have a phenomenal challenger.
AJ Styles draped in the colors of NXT, the place he once ran in LS11 Universe as champion at the beginning of this season through NXT Fallout.
Roman Reigns has made a point of calling AJ Styles a Bush League champion for his run on NXT. He has practically mocked AJ for it at every turn.
And now AJ Styles and Roman Reigns meet in the main event of WrestleMania tonight. We are about to see a war between these two men. As the Phenomenal One makes his way to the ring, this is going to be something else, that's for sure. The Phenomenal One is here. Only his second ever WrestleMania appearance in the LS11 Universe, and he's main eventing it.
His first match, oddly, against someone who also likes to use the spear a lot.
Weird how that works out. As AJ Styles makes his way to the ring, it's the long-awaited WrestleMania main event. Styles ran the gauntlet of the Royal Rumble this year, winning from the #1 position. But now here comes the Tribal Chief.
If I had a nickel for every time AJ Styles faced someone at WrestleMania in a grudge match who primarily used spears as a managed way to finish off their opponent, I'd have 2 nickels.
It's not a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice, right? Roman Reigns making his way to the ring. The bloodline is all but dissolved from before his eyes this month. He kicked Solo Sikoa out months ago. Jimmy Uso ditched a few weeks ago, and he told Jay to get lost a few weeks ago. And so now it is just the Tribal Chief and his special counsel.
Roman says that's all he's ever needed.
Roman believes he is in God mode now and believes that no one can touch him. The Tribal Chief making his way to the ring. Heyman hands over the title and bows to the Tribal Chief.
The WWE Champion.
Roman Reigns has been champion for 5 months now. It's far succeeded his previous WWE title reign as he hands the title over to the Wise Man. Reigns and Heyman getting ready to make their way to the ring.
Roman.
Heyman holding the title high. Roman marching down to the ring. Reigns and Styles, a match we've waited years for. A match we haven't seen since AJ Styles first came to WWE in 2016. It's been that long since we've seen these two lock up again, and this time they're doing it in the main event of WrestleMania with the WWE Championship on the line. AJ Styles is a former United States and NXT champion in LS11 Universe. Reigns is a 2-time WWE champion. These two have had such different careers over the last 3 years, but there's always been that feeling in the back of everyone's mind that they were going to lock up one day, and it was going to be, no pun intended, absolutely phenomenal.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Phenomenal One. Arguably one of the last bastions of one big bastions of NXT, here tonight to defend against Raw's champion, Roman Reigns, the Tribal Chief. Let's not forget how Roman got this title. He brutalized Cesaro.
We never saw Cesaro in WWE again after that night. The Tribal Chief has made his way to the ring, the main event of WrestleMania. He wants them all here in Tampa to acknowledge him.
And ever since, he's just been destroying everyone in front of him. He took out Stone Cold Steve Austin. He cleared out an Elimination Chamber.
He has beat everyone in his path. He's even, albeit without the Triple H, he beat Tommaso Ciampa at Cyber Sunday. He's the only man since Walter arrived to Raw that's defeated the Ring General.
Reigns isn't the longest reigning champion on our show. What he doesn't have in the terms of length of the reign, he's more than made up for in terms of the men he's beat for it.
Absolutely. Roman Reigns, AJ Styles, the WWE Championship in our main event.
Let's get ready. Here we go, people.
Introducing the challenger from Gainesville, Georgia, weighing in at 231 pounds, the phenomenal AJ Styles. And the champion from Pensacola, Florida, weighing in tonight at 272 pounds. He is the WWE Champion, the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. Reigns hands the championship over to the official. Reigns and Styles in our main event of WrestleMania. It's about to go down. This is it. This is what you've all waited for 4 hours for tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Without any further ado, Reigns and Styles, here we go. Styles starts over the kick. Right hand to Roman. And a chop. AJ Styles. Hey, for what it's worth, I put out a WrestleMania that was like 5 hours long a few years ago when I was on my own. Remember that? Kick to the head from Roman.
Yep.
Roman Reigns punching the face of AJ Styles. And a kick to the ribs. Reigns taking him down again now, and Roman Reigns gets AJ back up to his feet. And Roman Reigns, what the hell is he thinking? Reigns gets Styles up, and Roman Reigns, oh my god, jackhammer!
Here's the cover.
One. No.
Check it. And Reigns just had this look on his face like, alright.
Styles with a chop block now. The feeling out process in the early moments here is now Styles getting Reigns back up to his feet. AJ Styles with the Tribal Chief back up, chops him, knocks him into the corner. Styles goes for a kick. Reigns knocks him back. Now Reigns knocking him into the corner. Reigns with Styles. In the corner, Roman Reigns into Styles, and Reigns kicks him. Roman Reigns has the phenomenal one down. Reigns with Styles down. Roman Reigns with a stomp to the head. And again. AJ is down. Roman. Whoa! AJ turns it around. AJ turns it around on the Chief. We're going to stomp AJ Styles, stomping the leg of Roman. AJ Styles went for a forearm. Roman counters. Roman says we're done here. Roman trying to make easy work of AJ Styles, stomping on him repeatedly. Going out to the arm, trying to weaken the arm that he uses for the phenomenal forearm. Styles with another chop block, though.
And Reigns is progressively probably getting more and more frustrated.
AJ Styles answering back. Reigns ducks him. Reigns with Styles up on his shoulders, and Roman Reigns drops him with a forearm. AJ felt that one, and he's got to feel it in the morning, too. Now Roman Reigns dragging AJ Styles away from the ropes, and AJ Styles covered by Reigns. One. No. Kick out from Styles.
Styles still trying to... Reigns picks him up. Goes for a big shot, does not connect. Styles unloads. Pele kick.
And a double axe handle. AJ Styles now has the Tribal Chief off of his feet. Styles going after Reigns. Styles with a right hook. AJ Styles with another right hand. AJ, Roman grabs onto him, and Roman with a suplex takes him down.
Styles is really starting to look like he's hurt here as Roman throws him into the corner. And now Roman having some big boots.
Roman with AJ drops him. Roman rolls back through his feet. Roman Reigns with a stomp to AJ Styles. Reigns, elbow into the back, or into the knee. Roman Reigns, another
Again.
one.
And the third on the leg.
Into the cover. 1, 2, no. A kick out from AJ.
The council, Paul Heyman, is screaming the plan's working.
And now Roman grabs AJ Styles. Gut wrenches him. It's been an 80-20 split in Reigns' favor so far in this matchup. Every time Styles gets something going, Reigns is ready to shut it down. Whoa! Styles slid out of it. Arm drag. And Styles gets caught though. And this is exactly what I mean The way that Styles counters, drops Reigns on the back of his head. And now AJ Styles going up to the top rope. Reigns rolling away, and AJ Styles with spiral tap.
And now Styles needs to think about what he can do next.
AJ Styles with a chop, and again, Styles firing away on Reigns. AJ with a roundhouse. Look at AJ Styles go. He's firing away like his life depends on it. Reigns, he's going for a jackhammer again. He gets Styles up. AJ says, not this time.
AJ comes off the ropes.
Oh. No! Reigns too big, too strong. They collide. Reigns with Styles over the top rope. Styles hangs on. Right hand from AJ. And now AJ. Oh, we got to see the phenomenal forearm. No, Reigns caught him. And now this match looking to spill to the outside. Roman. Back body drop to AJ Styles. Roman Reigns punching AJ in the face. Taking him down. Roman with AJ Styles. AJ counters. Now AJ grabs onto Reigns. And Reigns thrown in the barricade by AJ Styles. We're at the count of 3 now, and Roman thrown back in by Styles. Styles goes up to the top rope, and AJ Styles, what's he thinking now? Styles! What a splash!
1, 2, Roman kicks out.
Reigns barely kicked out of it, but he got out of it nonetheless, and now Reigns picked back up by AJ Styles.
Styles seemingly finally turned the momentum.
He goes into the calf crusher. Reigns, the referee asking, are you going to tap, Roman? Are you going to tap? And Reigns screaming, no, I don't quit.
Ooh, and hitting him in the back again.
AJ Styles, what's next? Reigns with a right hook knocks down Styles. Roman getting AJ Styles up to his feet. Superman punch. 1, no. Styles kicks out of the Superman punch, and now Reigns telling him to get up. Guillotine.
The guillotine's in, and Paul is screaming for AJ to tap.
The referee now asking, what do you say, AJ? Do you quit? AJ Styles says, no chance. Not a chance in hell am I quitting to this big son of a bitch. He throws Reigns off of himself. And now Reigns, AJ was a bit disoriented, which gives Roman a slight advantage for a moment. AJ Styles slips back.
Dropping him on the back of his head once again.
Now Heyman trying to figure out what to do. AJ says to Heyman, you better get down before I knock your mouth off. Ends a big side kick there from AJ Styles.
And now the chop's coming in on Roman.
Styles gets caught. Roman Reigns with AJ Styles. Stun gun. Into the cover. 1, 2, no. And now AJ Styles staggering. Roman Reigns grabs him, and Roman with a right hook turns him over. Reigns into a bulldog choke now on AJ.
And AJ trying to find a way out. He slips out.
Now AJ Styles with a chop and another. AJ Pele kick. Roman's down again. AJ grabs onto him, and AJ Styles, Reigns thrown across the ring into the corner. AJ big clothesline. AJ takes down Reigns. AJ Styles comes off the ropes, went for a double axe handle. Reigns out of the way. And now Reigns grabs onto Styles. Roman gets up on his shoulders. Reigns pops him up. Forearm strike.
And now Reigns again. Oh, stomping the leg again.
AJ Styles now sweeps the leg of Reigns. Reigns goes down, and Styles. Oh, wait a minute now. Heyman and Styles arguing. And now AJ Styles says there's a kick. Reigns gets AJ Styles up, and Reigns, oh my god, throws him.
Finally creating that necessary separation.
And now Reigns goes outside of the ring and grabs AJ Styles, slamming his head repeatedly into the floor. Styles is down, Reigns stomping on him.
Styles takes his legs out from under it.
What is AJ Styles in here? AJ, what are you thinking, man? Oh my god, a forearm off the apron.
And you see him holding it. Roman's strategy earlier, before AJ came back the way he has, was to target the leg and arm, Because let's not forget Elimination Chamber when AJ hit that forearm on Roman. Roman was out.
So it was now AJ. Here we go. Styles Clash. 1, 2, no! We nearly had a new champ. And now AJ Styles kicks the back of Roman Reigns. And a knee to the face. And this whole crowd chanting AJ Styles. Styles going in the corner. Reigns grabs onto him, and Roman clothesline repeatedly smacking AJ Styles into the corner with another one. Now Roman into a cover on Styles. Roman Reigns 1, 2, no.
Kick out again by Styles.
And now Roman grabs Styles into another Bulldog choke. Bulldog choke is in. Is AJ out of it? He very well might be. AJ slides out. Goes for a chop. Guillotine!
The guillotine's it again.
Reigns tricked him. Reigns suckered him in, and Reigns has got him in another guillotine. AJ's out. It's over. Reigns is going to retain here in the main event.
Come on, AJ.
AJ's not moving. No, he is. He's moving, and he throws Roman.
Right back onto his feet and springboards into a
Scorpion death drop. AJ pulling out some moves of shades of his old home. Frog splash. And now AJ Styles grabs the ropes, springboards into a moonsault. Styles hits the ropes.
Here comes the knee, and he hits it.
A knee to the face of Reigns. AJ getting Roman up again. There's a kick and another into a chop. Styles knocking him back. Reigns answers back with one of his own. Reigns with Styles up, and Reigns forearm or a punch to the face of Styles. Into a cover now. Roman 1, 2, no. AJ kicked out.
Oh, and he's stomping the arm again.
Reigns stomps the arm. AJ Styles back to his feet, knocks back Roman. There's a hit and a chop. Roman answers back with one of his own. Reigns with a punch now, and Roman Reigns with AJ up on his shoulders. And Roman with AJ carrying him towards the ropes. Roman looking to powerbomb him out of the ring. He's going to do it!
Right onto his back.
Reigns keeps dropping AJ to the floor from high distances, trying to take down AJ Styles by making AJ Styles fall. We know AJ Styles known to fly. Roman Reigns taking him down. Reigns grabs onto Styles, and Roman Reigns with AJ gets him up, throws him into the floor.
Now Styles is still reeling from that, and Roman goes to the outside and comes back. He wants to restart this count. He wants to beat Styles and picks him up, powerbomb in the corner of the steps.
AJ's head hit the steps on the way down in a bad way.
And as did his shoulder. That could really hurt your arm. That could practically make your arm go numb.
Roman's got AJ. Roman Reigns. Oh, AJ Styles launches himself at Reigns. Styles suplex on the floor.
Styles gets back in the ring. Wait, no, he's not.
Now he's back in. He was thinking about a dive. Reigns new to move, and now Styles, whoa, fakes him out again. Oh my God, Reigns!
Reigns just cut out from under him and said no.
Styles crashed and burned.
Not how the Chief does things. Oh! Forearm to the head, and now he's hurt. Now he's just basically driving his head into a stone, into a concrete floor.
And now Roman punching the face of AJ Styles repeatedly. Referee at the count of 5. Roman, he's got to get this one back in the ring, otherwise it does end in the count out. And now Roman Reigns back up into the ring. Roman, he's stalking the Phenomenal when he gets AJ back to his feet. Superman punch. AJ moved. AJ rolls Roman through. 1, 2, no. And now AJ with a kick to Reigns. AJ Styles. Oh, Reigns has got him up. Reigns Stun gun. Or Snake Eyes, correct. Sorry. Reigns has got him down. Reigns into a cover on Styles. Got a rope break. A rope break, and Roman saying, I'm the chief. I'm the head of the table. And now AJ Styles punched in the face by Roman. And Roman Reigns slamming the head of AJ Styles into the mat repeatedly. And now Reigns gonna punch him again. Roman getting AJ Styles back up to his feet. Reigns with the phenomenal one. There we go. Reigns has got him up again. He's hanging him up in the air for jackhammer. And Reigns now telling AJ to get up. Get up. Guillotine. No, a jawbreaker. AJ with a jawbreaker. Dumps Roman out of the ring. AJ to the top rope. AJ Styles to the top.
Spiral tap.
Spiral tap connects. Referee restarts the count. Styles with Reigns back into the ring. AJ Styles.
And now he sees it. I think he sees his chance.
Styles throws up a too sweet for the crowd. Says, this is it. This is my moment. Takes down Roman. Now AJ gets Roman back up to his feet. And AJ Styles grabs onto the Tribal Chief. And Reigns brings his knee into the nose of AJ Styles. Styles staggers and Reigns clothesline. And now Roman turns it back around, punching the head of AJ Styles repeatedly. Reigns has him down, and Reigns now going to slam the head of AJ Styles into the mat repeatedly. Reigns getting Styles back up to his feet. Reigns punches him in the gut.
Styles is trying to come. Oh, he went for a massive insecurity while Roman went for a drop kick. And now Styles, neck breaker from Styles.
Styles hits the neck breaker, and now Reigns being dragged away from the ropes. AJ Styles dragging Roman away from the ropes here. Styles, he's struggling. Reigns is a big tough guy. It's going to be harder to move him. Cover. One. No. Now AJ Styles with a stomp again.
Knee the face of Roman Reigns.
AJ, no. Roman, elbow to the ribs. And Roman Reigns, there's a boot.
Now, oh no. Oh, he's just kicking him in the skull.
And again now, and Roman down in the ground and pound on Styles. AJ's down, a kick to the ribs. And Reigns goes back down. No.
And no, Styles comes through and just starts hammering away on it himself.
AJ gets Roman back up to his feet. AJ Styles with Roman, scoops him up. AJ, Scorpion Death Drop for real that time. Into a cover. 1, 2, no. Now AJ Styles goes out of the ring. Styles.
Oh my God! He went for the forearm, and Roman ran to safety. Neck breaker from Roman.
He waited till AJ was in midair to move as well. To the point where AJ had no time to couldn't change his momentum at all. Now AJ Styles, he's thinking it again. He's thinking phenomenal forearm. Heyman's saying, don't you dare!
No!
Reigns got out of the way. Reigns, gut punch. And now Roman with Styles into the corner. Reigns, oh, it runs himself into Styles. Styles with a kick though. AJ Styles and Roman Reigns. Styles grabs onto him. DDT to Roman. Roman is down. Styles into another cover. AJ. 1, 2, no. Roman kicks out. Now AJ Styles goes out of the ring, and AJ Styles. Oh my God! Reigns speared him through the ropes and knocked him to the floor.
And now Reigns.
Reigns decides he's not done. He decides, you're going back in with me.
He decides he doesn't want to give Styles that chance to breathe.
It's a good strategy from the champ. And now Reigns launches Styles off the ropes. Samoan drop. And now AJ gets picked up by Roman. Roman Reigns with Styles into the corner. Superman punch. And now Styles goes for a clothesline. Reigns, spear! First spear of the match finally connects. 1, 2, no! Roman nearly beat him with the spear, and now what is Reigns thinking? Oh, dear God. Come on, Roman. This is the last one we got. Oh, and he just looked at me and said, then I'm going to make it effing count.
Roman!
AJ up on the shoulders of the tribal
My
chief.
diet soda!
Throws him out of the ring. And now Roman Reigns gets AJ Styles back up to his feet. Roman slams him into the announce table, and Roman... Wait a minute. Roman,
man.
He doesn't usually use the announce table. What is Roman doing? Roman, oh my God, I see that look on his face. Rock bottom! I don't think he took too kindly to the words his cousin said earlier tonight. As Roman...
Oh, you're back in the ring.
Roman sending a clear message to The Rock.
And now picking up for a gut wrench.
And now Roman...
Gut wrench. Powerbomb.
Gut wrench is the phenomenal one. Roman Reigns into the corner. And now Reigns locked, loaded, says let's do it. Here we go. Spear!
It's all over, ladies and gentlemen.
One,
Fantastic effort from
two.
the phenomenal one, and
Holy shit! AJ Styles kept up. Arm drag.
And now Styles is turning it up on Reigns. One last great gasp from Styles.
Roman started to leap for the spear, and Styles chop blocked him in midair. Another one.
And now Reigns is the one trying to get away from Styles.
Heyman is on disbelief out here by our announce table.
He's screaming.
And now Reigns kicked in the head, and Styles grabs Roman. AJ Styles pulls him in. Styles clash. And AJ didn't pin him. He didn't pin him.
Xander, he's asking Roman a question.
And what question is that, Ray?
Are you ready to fly? Cause he is.
Here we go.
Phenomenal
form. 1, 2, 3. The reign of the Chief has come to an end.
What a match between Roman and AJ.
What a night this just was. The main event sees a new champion crowned. The Tribal Chief has been dethroned
By the phenomenal AJ Styles.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner and new WWE Champion, the phenomenal AJ Styles. Thank you all for an incredible Season 3. Thank you all for an incredible year. The start of AEW, the start of Impact, the unfortunate end of NXT, and now WrestleMania. I think this season, fittingly, can be called phenomenal.
Great season for you guys. You missed the birth of New Japan.
But with all of that said, I've been Xander.
I've been Ray.
And that was Universe